Howdy, all you delicious people. I'm here today to talk about Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2, episodes 21 through 30. I already gone on and done this whole entire video, so now that I'm done with it, and I have to kind of fuse clips together anyways, I thought I would go on and do this intro to just kind of pitch these certain things to see if people are interested in them. If not, then we can just keep going on and doing these reviews, and that could be completely fine to people, and people can jump off whatever they want to on these reviews, or kind of continue to just kind of go through them and watch certain episodes or certain things that they're to go on and just be interested about or what have you. But let me go on and pitch this and then go on and give you this video here. So, firstly, I am to have this idea. Like, wouldn't it be interesting to go on and have this discussion video about lost episodes of Power Ranger seasons? Maybe these lost episodes would have drastically changed the course of the show, or maybe it would have had no difference whatsoever, but at least it would be interesting ideas to be brought into these certain episodes. Almost kind of like a what if in some ways, but logically, I'm to just state here that it could be fun to do this idea. Also, just kind of with the way that Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is to be written with seemingly no continuity whatsoever, that quite oftentimes when they are to go on and have, like, say, like a monster Serpentera in a number of episodes, then they go on to completely to have forgotten that is to have ever existed. And, like, we end up going a number of episodes without Serpentera, and then poof, Serpentera appears again, and they're doing things with Serpentera. I'm like, just like, why did they wait so long to use Serpentera again? This makes no sense. They don't explain why they had to go on and wait so long to use this to use Serpentera again. So on, so forth. So I am to go on and pitch here that I think it would be honestly interesting for, like, say for a season for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers to kind of come up with lost episodes for Mighty Morphin, or maybe other seasons, whatever is to kind of float everyone's boat. But here's the way I'm going to go on and explain that for everyone to understand. So, people can go on and state that they have missed out not having certain episodes to be in, let's say, stuff like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. For me, I think that is to go on and be that one, we clearly did not go on and have yet another Zach Folks episode where Zach is to go on and not have an episode where I feel that he should have, where he turned evil, or Zach is to go on and just have an episode focused on him. That could have been fun. Or also, the thing that kind of bugged the out of me, and we could have never gone on and done this in this show, it seemed, is to have both Billy and Trini date one another. The relationship still doesn't have to go on and go anywhere. We can still ultimately have Billy end up in the Aquatar the way he does and get the send off the way he does, but still once and always. And then Trini can go on and still end up either possibly dating Richie, not dating Richie, or to have her go on to end up with, I think, for once and always, I think, does she end up with Zach, right? It's been such a long time since I've seen that video or that movie. But I always think that there was a lost bit of an opportunity there to not have Billy date Trini at least once. For how Billy is to go on and just be looking at all these women, but not looking at Trini as this person that has spent so much time with him, and yet Billy is to not just look at Trini as like, man, I should probably go on and see if it's to work out that that I can date Trini. Also, like, man, like Billy is to put put the moves on some of these women in this episode, and it's kind of cool to just kind of see Billy like to have really gained like quite a bit of confidence in himself from where he was such in the early stage of this show, where he was kind of this geek character that was unlovable. I feel in my own opinion, even though a lot of people really did love him, it's just the way that he was just presented in the early stage of the show. But so we can go on and have quite a bit of episodes that are to be these episode pitches, or also just what if scenarios. A lot of people could probably go on and have the what if of like, well, what if Jason, Trini, and Zach never left? What would have happened to this show? I honestly would have felt ultimately that new Power Rangers did go on and benefit them when they kind of kept rotating them out. Just that way, the show, I feel, would not have gotten stale. But when looking at it, also, there are so many freaking episodes that go into these seasons that, like, maybe it just had been forced to get stale anyways, just because of how many episodes they went into. But then, lastly, there's always probably an opportunity to go on and do tier lists, or also to go on and do best ranger, worst ranger by color, best ranger or best villain, worst villain, uh, best worst second in command, so on and so forth, to kind of just figure out the rungs of who all the villains are. I don't know. I want to go on. I don't think I want to go on and do minions, because really, for the minions, like, what do they really have to offer to really have a best or worst or tier list or whatever? That could ultimately be one thing that I can go about going on and doing. I could probably do a tier list of certain color rangers and just kind of give my own opinions and 2 cents about that. But if anything, also, there could be any number of ideas that could go on and make a series out of. But then again, a lot of people can just go on and be fine with these reviews, and that is where I'm to go on and just say, well, that's great. So, thank you for going on and watching this review, and I hope that you will go on and watch what is to be the re-intro of this video, as well, of course, just kind of me talking about these episodes, and then you can go about your day. Anyways, thank you, and hopefully you're interested and want to see the rest of this video. Howdy all you delicious people, I'm here today to talk about Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2, episodes 21 through 30. So we have to realize at this point that this show is to not be shot, it's just to be edited. Somebody was to put a whole entire Power Rangers episode together through an editing room. Yeah, I wish I can go on and state that really is to actually be a joke, but it seems so sincere that it does feel like that. But so, I am to go on and tell you the Ninja Encounter 3-parter is a waste of anyone's time. Do not go on and watch this 3-parter. I definitely did not want to go on and watch this 3-parter after watching it. And because I was just like, God, this is just so garbage. And they're just going on and milking out the fact that they need to get rid of these 3 Rangers. And they're to go on and just have like the back of their heads being used in a lot of footage. They're to have to kind of reuse footage from the past to keep these characters alive through the show. And also, at this point, we're just going on and having so many story holes because of these characters not being there, that eventually, when they go on and they have them in the command center at certain scenes, to just forcibly have Tommy need to still wear green clothes instead of the white ones that he should be wearing, it just doesn't just really just make me happy about any of this. As well as also to just be like, man, just crappy writers for the show. Um, you can go on and definitely to have written a better show, but instead you just reuse footage over and over again to really like, what are you really shooting here? But anyways, so like, what real effort are you putting into this show? Which is really just at this point when looking at these shows, like no effort. But then you're doing all this weird wire crap that makes no sense. It's Looney Tune-ish. Uh, but hey, what can you do, right? The check cleared right for all these people, right? So yeah, like at the end of the day, uh, somebody green lit all of this stuff and allowed it to happen because this show was to go on and be such an absurdly popular thing that they just kind of let whatever just go out there. We're still seeing episodes where you see the Dino Megazord still facing off against villains, even though it shouldn't be there. We see the Dino Megazord sword instead of the Thunder Megazord sword, and I'm to just be like, wow, great editing. This is awesome. And like they can go on and be like, well, we had to match the Sentai footage, and like like we have to blame that these three actors have left our show. Hasn't there been a number of times already in this show where people have left? Tommy left Dino Thunder. They figured out a way to write him out. Uh, Kendra had left Lost Galaxy, an earlier example. They figured out a way to write her out. Yeah, they technically had to kill her, sadly, but they wrote her out. Uh, Amy Jo Johnson had gone on to do an interview where she had stated that anytime she was to talk about pay, the people who would put together the show would say, "Well, we'll just replace you." And Kimberly is like, "Well, like I guess I'm not going to want to do that, so I'll just stick around on the show." Um, because I keep wanting to, because she keep wanting to be on the show up until a certain point, until they at least did the movie, and then after that, it's like, okay, freaking sayonara, because this is getting old. Um, and I could just imagine uh, characters like Jason David Frank and uh, and Adam and whoever who had just kind of been on the show for so length of time, and they finally left. Like how they really and truly felt about the show, and them leaving. If they wanted to just like if they really did want to just continue to be on the show, as like Adam, I feel wanted to continue to be on the show, but I think they decided almost to just replace him. But Tommy, yeah, he definitely did not want to be on Turbo. Like he was trying to figure out ways to not be on the show. I feel at that point to be like, hey, you're gonna just shoot me from behind, and I'll just be out of here. Because like Tommy, I think at that point in Turbo wanted nothing to do with the show. Um, just for the two movies he was involved in, and just that the show wasn't written that well, and so like he wanted to leave. So we go on into these bit of episodes. So Zed's Monster Mash goes on to give us another Halloween episode. And of course, if you've seen prior reviews, you know how I love Halloween episodes. But we get the Herculean task of needing to write people out of this show. And there's only so many times that these rangers can go to their grandmas or their uncles in a lake somewhere or whatever goofy crap that they have to go on to write these people out of. That is to go on and be like, oh yeah, whatever excuse they can go on and have this day to not have them on the show. It's getting really old now. So Zed's Monster Mash is to focus on Tommy joining a party that he shouldn't have gotten invited to because it is to be a monster party, and he's a ranger. Makes no sense, but it'll make all the sense in the world when all these monsters will try to beat the crap out of Tommy. And it seems that while he's unmorphed, he's still going on and doing a pretty good uh, bit of combat for him to just continue to get by here by himself. So I'm like, dang, Tommy. So you're not only to take down an entire team of putties by yourself, but now you're going on and facing off against a slew of monsters, and you're doing pretty well. I'm like, holy like, we have really just had Tommy jump up another level here. If before we have realized that Tommy had to have gone on to take or give a pretty good fighting without powers, to a monster on his own, and like now he's going on facing off against a bunch of monsters by himself. Like at some point, like with this guy not being morphed, also, I'm like, this does not really make any sense anymore. To just be like, what do the Rangers need to really morph for if Tommy can go into a dimension somewhere without being morphed and just consistently continue to put the boots to all these monsters without him needing to be morphed? Then like it makes being a Power Ranger and being in the spandex suit less important, I feel, in my mind. So that is to probably be ever the more reason why the show is like, hey, let's get him morphed as quickly as possible to get him fighting against these minions or these monsters, because really they want to go on and say that it's like, well, yeah, like we're trying to go on and we're trying to not get these actors hurt, but really they just want to go on and state that like, well, the real reason everyone's here is to see the Power Rangers, not Joe Schmo, whoever the heck. So to see these actors that are going to portray these characters. So like as soon as these characters can morph, they're going to. But so Zed's Monster Mash goes on and is to figure out a way to write out 3 characters by having them go out trick or treating. And Kimberly and Billy are going on because Alpha and Zordon don't give a they don't care about Tommy. Obviously, Alpha and Zordon have a history of just like, well, we don't care about Tommy. Like, let's go on and let's do some other mission. And it's obvious here that Alpha and Zordon never go on to have their alarms go buzzing off to have to alert Tommy of his crisis that is to go on and have, or also have both Billy and both Kimberly to be alerted of what's going on with Tommy to hope that maybe they can get there in the nick of time to stop everything, and they wouldn't. But at least Kimberly and Billy wouldn't have to go on their own to go to the command center to find out what had happened to Tommy, because Alpha and Zordon couldn't be bothered to give a good old jingle jangle on this watch that they so conveniently have to let them know what is going on. I guess they're like, well, hey, like this is a holiday, right? Let's take some time off. Because Kimberly is to go on and tell Aisha, Adam, and Rocky that they're on call 24/7, but maybe Alpha and Zordon aren't. So then we end up getting to the ninja encounter, the amazingly, spectacularly horrific bit of episodes. So in basically episode 22 here, we really just get the Ghostbusters 2 intro for this episode. How Sigourney Weaver is going on and having Oscar in this stroller, and she's to be talking to the super, and then all of a sudden the stroller starts to roll away because of slime, and then it's to just continue on the fast pace that it is to go on and do, and people are to have to thrust out of the way, and yeah, we get the same exact thing in this episode here, where we have this stroller that goes out of control from this deadbeat dad that is going to be so worried about his father, or to be so worried about his son, but maybe I'm to be worried about this father, Mr. Anderson, and go on to find that Mr. Anderson has to leave a baby in the hands of both Bulk and Skull. But really, I love what they did with Bulk and Skull here, because I wish that Bulk and Skull would have actually rescued the child, and then would have gone on to take care of it. That would have been a better way to write this episode, to just say that these characters, for how much they are to go on be bully characters and be characters that are going on to find the secret identity of the Power Rangers. That's all they're focused on. That deep down they are good people, and deep down they are to um, maybe get their characters to like forcibly, slightly, tweakingly change, and have them not be like so stupid and so um bad of people that they're to go on and not want to like save this baby and also take care of it while Mr. Anderson is to be gone, which is to be good for the show. That's the only part that I can like about this three-parter, but everything else is just like this is miserably horrible to watch, in my opinion. We get the Terra Blossom, but then the Terra Blossom just shucks into Hatchosaurus here, and Hatchosaurus was, I think, one of the worst Doomsday three-parter thing. That just shows how stupid Jason is and how much he is to just consistently ignore both Alpha and Zordon. And come to find out here, the exact same guy is in the exact same boots, and still, like, can't quite figure out how to beat that Hatchosaurus now, can you? Uh, but hey, like, I guess you don't have to, because neither is to be bothered with Alpha or Zordon to think that maybe Cardiatron is still within inside this Hatchosaurus that they still need to go on and rip out of uh, this monster to defeat it. But again, uh, really, at a certain point, they don't really go on and definitively do that within this thing either. So, just wow. Uh, Boatloads of wow. Aisha, Adam, and Rocky are to be tied up throughout these bit of episodes, and they just continue to just keep figuring out ways to tie these characters up. While of course they're not really logically actually being used much in these episodes. Uh, but then after that, we go on and have the monster of global proportions. This is to be the United Nations version of Power Rangers, where we have a bunch of characters all coming from different countries to make their way to Angel Grove, to really just go on and realize that they're all going to get kidnapped by Lord Zed. Because Lord Zed is looking at all these kids like, well, yeah, all these kids are genius kids, and I can go on and steal all of them and make them all into Rangers, because that's what he just keeps wanting to do, but he miserably fails at every single rung of every single thing to accomplish this goal. Yeah. Zed just loves to kidnap people, and that is to start to get really a very tired idea. And I'm just saying, like, can Zed go on and do anything else but just kidnap people? Because it never works. Like, whatever like place you can go on and just and 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 kidnap these people to, the Rangers will figure out and find it, and like you'll never go on and be able to accomplish what you need to accomplish because it takes you forever to accomplish that goal. How about you just toss the snakes on Aisha, Adam, and Rocky, because they will not go on and do what you want. Uh, if you ask them 10 different times, they'll tell you the no answer. So just throw a snake on them and just be done with it. Good God, show. Um, but anyways, uh, I like the fact that this show does give us culture. If anything, I feel that this is to really have us hope that at someday Rangers can kind of be from all different kind of countries, all speaking English and working together, instead of us just having all these people from Angel Grove or whatever goofy town that they want to just say is to be this day. Uh, but then also reminding us that the Rangers at some point are to all be from somewhere. And so when they end up becoming younger versions of themselves, they have to go to these certain places that is to be from their ancestral origin. And we'll have to see how that all plays out in the tail end of Mighty Morphin. And I'm sure it'll be great, right? I won't have any story problems with that, right? Because Beauty Baba Yaga will go on and go on to say that she has some story problems with that, and I'll just be like, heck yeah! Like I'm sure there's gonna be problems because Mighty Morphin has so many freaking writing problems. Um, how can we go on and not have so many effing problems with this show? They're still using the Dino Megazord and certain slivers of this episode. We're seeing the Dino Megazord sword, and yeah, we're seeing a bunch of problems writing wise or just editing wise in this show. Um, if you pause it just right, you can see Trini's weenus. But anyways, let's go on and let's talk about Z Waves, episode 6. This is a great episode, and I don't care that you have to go on and you have to hear the wrong voices for Zach, Trini, and Jason. I don't care that you have to go on and you have to realize that maybe the Power Rangers aren't good enough, that people that are to be civilian people are to try to go on and save the Power Rangers. I don't care. Because I've gone on and probably complained about that, about how Tommy is to kind of devalue whenever he's to go on and just shoo all these monsters while he's not being morphed. It is a good way to build up Rocky, Adam, and Aisha the way that they do here. As well as also just putting up a really cool monster that I really like and really enjoy. And plus all that dynamite and stuff was really kind of cool, in my opinion, even though logically, yeah. I don't know if they should have done that on a technically a certain show like this, but I don't really care. They do sparks all the time instead of blood, so they've kind of made that mistake for far too long, anyways. So then we get into the power transfer episodes. So these power transfer episodes are to tell us who is going to go to the Peace Conference, if they've gone on to state that already in the Monster Mash episode that there's a Peace Conference happening. And man, did they go on and milk this mother. But hey, we're finally at a point now where we're seeing the transitions, and then when we're seeing transitions, we're actually seeing good episodes being written. Just because it seems that this show is to really put real effort in the writing of the show to give us something a bit more fascinating here than just the garbage that, like, man, like once, like it's all because these characters left. Like that's the problem with the show. No, like obviously certain Rangers have left the show, and the show have come up with very smart, intelligent ways to write them out or write them um, to be invisible or whatever. So or dead, because look at Lost Galaxy. But I am to go on and say that like that the way that they went about this was really the wrong way. Was really the wrong way. Uh, but I get it. Like they were probably still trying to figure out how to negotiate these contracts and try to figure out how they can get these people back on the show. And maybe they weren't thinking that this was going to end up to stretch the way it did. Blah 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 blah. Uh, but again, the show really should have had in their back mind like contingency plans to really just have like a writer just off to the side just thinking like, well, hey, like come up with a number of situations where a number of people are to leave the show, and and we'll kind of look through them and see if this would be something we could use as contingency plans instead of having to just write this so sloppily the way we did. But anyways, or just freaking pay the people. Like you made a ton of money off of their toys, obviously. Like the news was covering how much money you guys made off of the show. Uh, freaking to not go on and pay these actors the way you did. But that's just me. Go on and blame the actors, blame the show, blame the greed of everybody. Whatever. But this two-parter is to end up having the Rangers go to this deserted planet where we're like, planet hopping, you say? Interesting, I think. uh, so, and I can't wait for the beginning of season 3 to go to Edenoid and go with the Masked Rider. Even though the Masked Rider isn't good to a lot of people, I don't care. It's planet hopping, a thing that we should have gone on and done way more of in the Power Ranger series. Way more so than we ever did. Way more so than even In Space did, with its KO-35s and everything else. We should have had so many good bits of planet hopping stories, and they didn't deliver on that, I feel. But then again, who knows? I don't know what exactly they did with Lost Galaxy. We'll figure that out when we get there. But because they're in the Astro Megaship in Lost Galaxy, so I'm like, okay, what is going on in there? Like, are they going to different galaxies, or are they going to different dimensions, or what's going on there? Time holes? What are they doing? I'm curious. We'll get there. Someone could probably go on and explain to me, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I'll be fine with that. I don't feel like it'll get hugely spoiled on my end, because I think I've gone on and seen quite a bit of like the beginning early stages of Lost Galaxy. Like I've seen the whole Terra Venture thing and whatever. But anyways, get back to this. So the Rangers go to this deserted planet, and we now have Serpentera, the debut of this big, huge, massive, scary Zord seems to be running on some crappy batteries, and only has a certain amount of charge because of how powerful its attacks are going to be. We also have to go on and debut uh, the second version of Titana, which is to be, or Titanus, which is to be Tor. A turtle character that goes on and just has our Zords to be shielded, but with the energy that both Tor and both the Zord possess combined together, it ends up having these blasts of what? It's so weird, this turtle thing. And then it's all to just deliver this ultimate attack that is to just kind of be this like drop, or this slam kind of attack, which like has all of the Zords and then the Tor all together to just do this huge, massive drop of attack. And I'm like, dang, man. Could you just imagine a kid that is to have watched this show and got all of those Zords and the Tor all together to just slam on this other monster, and then it breaks the sword or whatever? Because I'm sure all the Zords together would probably be way too effing heavy and could probably have broken the Zords. And then you're like, well, we gotta buy new Zords. I'm curious how many times when people have had Power Rangers action figures, as I adjust myself here, like I'm curious about how many times that people had gone on to break a lot of their Power Ranger stuff probably so easily, right? Um, just because of how the things are just constructed. But anyways, after the power transfer episodes, we have Goldar's Vice Versa, which is to be a dating episode. If I'm to go on and state, man, those dating episodes would be so awkward. It honestly feels like this was the best written way to do a dating episode, I feel. So, Adam is in desperation because he needs to find a gal, and come to find out he is to magically find a girl named Sabrina, who is to be the girl of his dreams. But then maybe it'll be a girl of his nightmares as he goes on to find out that Sabrina is actually Scorpina. And they bring back Scorpina. And we'll probably go on and have her as her be a one-off character episode. And we'll probably completely forget that she exists because that's what happens with Power Ranger stuff. Is that they bring back these characters and then they do nothing with them because that's what they do. Oh, already 26 minutes and I need to take a bit of a water break. But anyways, this idea of what goes on in this episode should have been a staple on this show. They should have consistently written this idea as just the thing that keeps on coming. How we are to go on and have like Kat that comes in later to replace Kimberly, and she ends up going on to try to win over Tommy, and eventually becomes one of the Rangers. But still, how like that was such a good idea to intro that character in. I'm like, that tells you a lot. That you should have gone on and should have kept that idea consistent within this show, but you didn't. And also, you could have flipped the gender thing. You had like an evil guy that comes in to try to date one of the Rangers. You could have had Richie come in and could have been Richie this whole time, and then we realized that, oh, he's a monster one day. Could have worked. What was the point of Curtis? They could have made a good payout with Curtis. They could have done something with Curtis besides him just being the cousin of Zach. But I think Richie would have worked better more. It really would have. But anyways. We could have finally had a putty that talked. Because all the other putties, they don't talk. That's a one kind of thing that I wish they would have gone undone. I wish they would have done more with putties in disguise. More so than they do in these episodes. But anyways, so Golar's Vice Versa episode was really great. Because it's relatable to a lot of people. Getting that date for that special occasion. And how, like, we kind of have to go on and do this at certain points in the show where we realize that certain Rangers are go on and be like odd man out where they don't have dates, and like we have to like, well, yeah, I guess we really should go on and we really should try to find a date for so and so. And Adam ends up being that guy within this episode. It seems that there is this random girl named Sarah that Adam eventually is to be pining away for, and by the end of the episode, we'll see if that pays out. Then Mirror of Regret. So we go on to have a little youngin named Sean, who it seems is to go on and not be quite good at the karate. So this is basically the soccer episode all over again, but instead of it being soccer, it's karate. So, God, I'm getting freaking tangled up here, as I always do. And so, Adam goes on. Adam goes on to take a liking to this kid Sean, and because Adam is to go on through Sean and see quite a bit of himself in Sean, so he's like, well, hey, I'm gonna go on and I'm gonna help this kid out, regardless of how long it takes. Like, I'm gonna go on and try to teach this kid how to be. Instead of the weakest link of this team, I'm going to go on and show him how to be the best just by like, well, hey, I'm going to just keep drilling this into this kid to hope that he will go on and finally get it. And this also is to be a reminder of me realizing that in space eventually does exist, where Adam is to go on and coach Carlos, and then is to go on and have Adam reasonably just go on to come back to realize that Carlos is quitting being a Ranger, and so Adam is to kind of talk Carlos out of it, to not quit, just keep going, and convincing Carlos to stay on the team, even though he's probably the worst Ranger, honestly, in the team, if I'm to be brutally honest. He gets blackmailed by a child. Come on. You can't say that he's not the worst. So, but the Mirror of Regret goes on to, of course, when Adam is to say how when he was a kid, uh, eventually he had gone on to just kind of build his character and grow into having confidence, even though he was thinking he was the kind of the small kid, but eventually he grew taller. And Goldar is to go on and use this reflection of Adam's past to try and lose Adam's confidence. Because if you remember, in episodes past, uh, it seems that the villains like to go on and make the Rangers lose their confidence, because if they lose their confidence, they then can't have the ability to become Power Rangers. Because we have that episode where every single one of the Rangers are all to be in absolute fear as they are to kind of go away on this little trip to try to cram for this test, to have Goldar use this nightmarish device uh, to force all these Rangers to dream, to lose all their confidence, to then have them be worried that Zordon will strip them of all of their powers, because it's like, well, I'm sorry it came to this, Rangers, but I can't have you be Power Rangers anymore. Like, and so, and I liked that episode. It was fun. It was goofy. It was whatever. But I don't remember exactly what episode that was. Let me know in the comments below if you know exactly what that episode was. Just for the people who are probably going in and probably think that they have to Google that, I hope, for whatever reason. Or just rewatch a lot of reviews. No, you don't have to. Anyways, so, but anyways, let's go on and further break down these episodes so I can just be done with this video, because I'm sure it's going to take forever to do it anyways. So, with that said, let's go on and let's get into it. Oh, if I haven't said the top 10 episodes. Z-Waves. I wasn't thinking that this was going to go on and be one of the best episodes of this season so far, but I like the zombie idea. Shoot me. I'm sorry. I like this idea. It's one of the best monsters. It has a really interesting idea of how to play it all out. And recently, I'm sure the Green Dream of the Wannabe Ranger is probably better episodes than Z-Waves, but you know what? Like, you can just flop all those three answers around, and you can go on and get pretty goddamn good episodes, in my opinion. Then we have Green No More, a song Goddardo, Missing Green. Honestly, Missing Green to me, I always am just kind of frustrated where I kind of put that also. But then again, when really looking at a lot of these episodes, there's a lot of stuff where I'm just like, oh, like, I don't know. Like, I think Wannabe Ranger was almost to feel like it was going to be like my top episode for a very long time, in my own mind. But then let's go on and let's continue this list. So, Welcome to Venus Island, which ends up giving us a very good Trini and Tommy episode, I think. And then we get Goldar's Vice Versa. So, I have to state that I like Adam. I do. But it's still sad that we lose Zach because of this, but still. I like Adam. And there are, of course, really good, hopefully, Zeo episodes that come down the line. And an Adam episode is one of them that I remember that I loved so much. With Adam going on and falling asleep near the TV, and then we get the black and white going on, and the vampires, and the Draculas, and the Frankensteins, and the werewolves, and da la la la. And to kind of just give us a nod of those just old classic horror films through Power Rangers was really just, oh my god, this episode was amazing. And then also to see Golar's Vice Versa is just a really just amazing idea that I wish was explored more in the show. And it was just through Adam that we were going on and doing this with. As well as also like Billy's getting a girl like for a date, for a dance. Good for him. Like I loved that. Um, uh, and then we also get White Light, and honorable mention is Zed's Monster Mash, because I want to kind of keep that as an honorable mention because I know there might be some episodes that might still slip in um, to go on and be on this list somewhere, or at some point I may have to go on and chuck some episodes off of this list because we may get a really good season finale, maybe not. We may go on and get maybe some good episodes somewhere, finishing up this show. It is still very early, I feel, in my mind. We're almost kind of halfway through this season already. So there's still some time left to get some good episodes in. But then again, with the way that they probably will be writing the show, who knows? But anyways, let's get to the breakdown. Let's get to the deep dish action here. Let's get to the breakthrough of all that happens in these episodes. So, spoiler time, spoiler time. It's about the time you spoil these episodes. Let me know in the comments below how you felt about any number of these episodes, because more than likely you're going to probably be jumping off here. And not wanting to hear all the nitty gritty details of what happens in these episodes, as often I will probably go on and probably have restated when anything I have to have gone on and stated in the early parts of the breakdown parts of these episodes, because I'm probably not to remember what all I said. But then also, in my head, I'm to probably just be breaking these down far too in depth. And by all means, you can go on and kind of jump off whenever you want to. But when it comes down to the ninja encounter three-parter, I'm to figure out ways to probably just skip through a lot of that because it's just so blah. But this bit of show is still available on Tubi, it seems. So that's where I've kind of gone in to sort of watch this show because you can skip the intro, and also I'm to go on and have an easy availability to be able to kind of use that to try to figure out how to talk about these episodes a little bit more than I probably would in Netflix. So with that said, or also even YouTube, because I'm to kind of look at those episodes on YouTube and be like, man, like their subtitles are just garbage. So I went on here, and it seems that the subtitles are a little bit better. So at the youth center, we have a happy or have a haunted Halloween via the youth center. People are coming in costume and droves to go on and make their way to the youth center to have Kimberly welcome everybody and say Happy Halloween, everyone, and to have everyone go on and sign off their children so that way they can sign for them back because Kimberly and all of the teenagers had decided to put together the chaperone duty to send all these kids out so they can feel safe while they're trick-or-treating, and all kind of go trick-or-treating together and just feel safe. So we have both Billy and Kimberly here. So Billy, it seems, looks like he's dressed as, like, I would assume Einstein, but he kind of looks like Doc Brown for some goofy reason. But then also, we have Kimberly, who I believe is a jester from the way that she's dressing. Or we can just say an early version of Harley Quinn. I'm going to go with jester. Because really, Harley Quinn, that's a real stretch. But so, yeah. So all of a sudden we have Karen and Miss Marks, I believe. It kind of takes a while since we actually, yeah, it's Miss Marks. To have these two make their way into the presence of names and what have you. But it's kind of nice that they're actually naming off these characters, because there are certain characters that are within a whole entire episode that they don't give a lick of any name of, and I'm just like, seriously? Like, there is a female variation of both Bulk and Skull, and they don't have names in this show. What the show? So, and I probably should have gone on and stated that in the breakdown of these episodes, that there's a Bulk and Skull that's a female variation of them. And I'm just like, oh my god, that was freaking amazing. Because I'm just like, wow, what little Easter eggs that we find while watching the show. That no one ever talks about. But anyways, so we have this mother that is talking to both Billy and Kimberly and saying how like amazing that this whole program is, and knowing that both Billy and Kimberly are taking like this holiday and wanting it to be for the youth of this world in the sense that it's like, well, hey, like let's go on, definitely let's try and chaperone these kids and get them to have a safe holiday, and kind of let the parents just kind of go on and either like stay at home and hand out candy, or just kind of do whatever they want, and just kind of have this this kind of system going. So Tommy is to, of course, come in here, and Tommy ends up writing out Jason and the rest of the team, stating that Tommy had spoke with Jason, and it seems that he's picking up both Trini and Zach here. Sadly, we'll never go on and see what Jason, Trini, and Zach are to have dressed up as in the Halloween episode, because they will never be here present in this episode, sadly enough. We don't even see the back of their heads to go on and try to just be like, one more Halloween episode with Zach, Trini, and Jason here, sadly enough. So Tommy goes on and tells, of course, both Billy and Kimberly, like, well, hey, like, this is so great. Like, it looks like the kids are excited. Also, in the background, we actually start to see some of the kids actually dressed up as Power Rangers. It's great. A little bit of trivia for you. In 1994, which is to be the year that this episode is to air in, come to find out the most popular Halloween costume was actually to be Bart Simpson. 1993 was Power Rangers. So yeah, so this show at a certain point was very popular for costume goers in 1993, coincidentally. So maybe at some point there are to go on and be other years where Power Rangers was a popular bit of costume, but from when I was to go on and scroll through to find what was the most popular costumes for certain years, I was to go on and find that Power Rangers was very popular in '93. Not quite sure why. Because I don't think there was a movie out then. But anyways, but they end up showing a picture of the movie. Doesn't make sense. But anyways, so regardless. So Ernie comes in after Kimberly is to talk to Billy and Tommy and say, it's like, well, yeah, like this is going to be really fun and all, but there's also a bit of responsibility, and we have to try to figure out how this whole thing is going to just go smoothly. So we really have to go on and just kind of be like kind of pins and needles here, and also we have to realize that like at any point Zordon could just become a Jangalin to say that we have some kind of crisis going on too, and how we're going to deal with that, and also do this whole program thing. So, but it seems that Ernie is to think like, hey, like with all you guys chaperoning, like nothing's gonna go wrong. So Zed is to go on and overhear that there is to seemingly be a bit of a holiday called Halloween going on. So Zed is to be like, I love little children dressed as hideous creatures and demanding treats from perfect strangers. Just finally a holiday I can sink my teeth into. So, since everyone else is having a party, why can't Zed? So Zed is to go on and state that he wants a party. Let's put something together. And so Golar is to think, well, how about we just go on and just send monsters into Angel Grove and just intercept some parties. And Zed is like, no, 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 no. Like, I want to throw my own special little party. And I want to invite, of course, the White Ranger. So, because he's going to be my special guest. So, Zed is to go on and state here that he wants to go on and put together a whole dark dimension that is to have uh, Tommy be facing off against a bunch of monsters, and he will probably end up getting killed. He will. R.I.P. Tommy. R.I.P. Sadly enough. No. But anyways, so. But I also liked that Zed kind of finishes up this whole line with an actual kind of horror Halloween whatever joke. Well, like, well, yeah, the Power Rangers won't have a ghost of a chance, and I kind of like that. So Kim, Billy, and Tommy here are all to be by this table, and there's a thing that is to be bobbing for apples that appears. So we have Bulk and Skull make their way into the youth center to, of course, go on and not to want to be doing any chaperoning, because heaven forbid, these are guys that are willing to go on and kind of work with the system here, or the program that is to be put to forth, of that they should go on and do stuff like this. But instead, they'll go on and they'll save a baby and they'll try to put a diaper on it, and they'll at least do that, right? I guess they're not that heartless at the end of the day. So but they also are to kind of be welcoming themselves in by going on and doing the whole trick or treat, smell my feet, give me something good to eat. If you don't, I don't care. I'll throw it on your underwear, or I'll push down your underwear or something. I don't know how that song goes, but it is kind of funny how like Tommy's like, wait a minute, whoa, like, come on, guys, children around. So of course the ever rebellious Bulk and Skull decide that they don't want to go on and they don't want to be chaperones, that they want to have to go on and do their own fun. And so they grab this huge bowl of candy and shove it into, of course, what is to be Bulk's mouth, and he will regret it. Kimberly is to go on and tell Bulk that he had gone on to consume Red Hots. Why aren't any of these things labeled? I would suggest. But then again, also, even if they probably did label it, Skull would just thrust his hands into it anyways and just mistakenly eat it. So Bulk is to go on and just go, and so he, of course, is to thrust his face into this big, huge bowl that is to be bobbing of apples, and he is to go on and rip an apple out of it. And Skull is to ask Bull if he's all right, and Bulk's like, "Well, I'm fine, I'm fine." And so we of course have the teens turn to one another like, "Yeah, Bulk and Skull, they'll never learn." And I'm like, when is the credits gonna roll? That's what always happens after the end of every episode. You would think this would be the end of the episode, not the beginning, or not the early stages of it. So Zed is to, of course, go on and is to realize that he needs to go on and disguise his putties as Power Rangers and to get on out there and to know that his plan is just so much of an amazing plan that he's to amaze himself. And god dang, man, as if he is to go on and be just the guy that is just be so self-absorbed that thinks that every single one of his plans is such a masterpiece that god dang, he is to be so like if you want to say just full of himself, really to just kind of look at him full, not quite sure. But anyways, back to the youth center where the Z putties are to go on and huddle together and to all become costumed Power Rangers. that are to be youngins. The command center, no alarm going off, no nothing to have an alert of any kind. Don't quite get why, but whatever. But again, I guess if you honestly think about it, there's a lot of times where putties would go on and disguise themselves as a number of people, and there is a never alarm that goes off with the command center ever. So I guess if you really go on and disguise minions, then there is never to be an alarm that goes off in the command center. So, uh, Billy, Kimberly, and Tommy are wanting to go on and give all these kids some candy and give them, hey, yeah, kids, take as much as you want, but also, if you're gonna go on and take so much candy, maybe you should probably kind of let your bags um, kind of not be as full because you still got to go trick or treating, right? You don't want to get sick off candy, right? But hey, I'm sure this show was actually shot not actually during Halloween, so all the more reason to just like, hey kids, like we definitely want to go on and give you candy because uh, like we know that you're our target audience and we appreciate you and whatever. So and plus also just yeah, it's really nice to just see an episode um, with babies and kids and stuff being involved. God, I am such a just ugh. Uh, a lot of people are like, ah, just blah me now, just blah. No, there's to be a sweetness in my just heart of whatever. It's nice. So anyways, uh, we have shaving cream looking rangers. Man, the way that their heads are to be put together, but hey, I guess they're technically evil versions of the Power Rangers. So yeah, they have to kind of stand out, I guess, and the way that they're kind of just uh, uh, put together. So Tommy is to go on and find these Power Rangers, and he's like, "Well, hey guys, like cool costumes, like what's your names?" And then they say nothing. He's like, "Aha, like you guys want to go on and keep your secret identity safe? Well, like all right then like secret safe with me." So Tommy kind of turns to the to Billy and Kimberly and like, "Oh, yeah." So Tommy goes on to make his way with these kids as both Bulk and Skull to realize as Skull is to notice that he has so many plastic knives that will not go into this pumpkin no matter how many times he jabs into it. It just continues to break off. He's just breaking these things off like it's nobody's business. To also realize that probably a number of these forks have already been broken off, kind of when looking at this this table here. But anyways, so Bulk and Skull are both talking here, and so Bulk is going to realize that maybe there's a possibility that any number of these uh, Power Rangers that are in these costumes, who are being these kids, could actually be legitimate Power Rangers. Just giving these characters something to run around and do, because there's nothing written for them to actually do in this episode, so they got to just do this bizarrish thing that is to try to give like some kind of humor to this episode. But I guess it's like a good enough idea. But we are really just, I guess, just having a bit of fun in this episode, if anything. So, like maybe on paper this is a really cool idea, but maybe in the execution, just like, maybe just wasn't funny enough. But so also Bulk and Skull are to think that like, well, hey, maybe the Rangers are to somehow shrink, and they're like disguising themselves. So yeah, so Zed is to go on and say like, okay, Goldar, like my preparations have been complete. Our first annual Dark Dimension Monster Bash is on the way. Uh, it says Monster Mash in the episode title, but it says Monster Bash in the way of Zed talking here. So uh, Zed realizes that all he's left to do is to just invite the White Ranger, and the party will go underway. So, or underwear. Um, Stupid joke. It's a dad joke. So, Bulk and Skull try to go on and follow some Power Ranger costumed characters. Bulk and Skull rip off the head of a costumed girl who is to be a Red Ranger. So, we get a female Red Ranger before. It's on the show! We get a female Red Ranger before it really happened. This girl needs to go on and needs to be a part of the show. She needs to be a part of the legacy of the show. Uh, sh- Whoever this girl is, someone needs to find her and realize that she is the first ever female Red Ranger on this show. She is to have some legendary status, and to go on and just be like, we need to figure out who this girl was, and if she is to still be alive, and what have you. And somebody needs to do an interview on her to just be like, you are the first female Red Ranger in Power Rangers history in this series. Give her all the street credit in the world, folks, for how people are to go on and legit complain about how there wasn't a female Red Ranger. You are wrong. You are so wrong. Look at the show in this episode, and you would be wrong. Just like, man, the show. So, Bulk and Skull are to go on and get sprayed with a silly string. And so they get away from this home to go on and realize that they have bags of candy just off to the side. And so Bulk is to go on and supposedly have a yet another plan. And Bulk is to hope that both him and Skull could just see Power Ranger kids passing by and just have them yell or scream for help, and the Rangers will jump in and try to save them from what? I have no idea. So Bulk and Skull go on and scream and cry for help for the Red and Blue Ranger behind them to not save them, because of course they're going to just be kids. And also another now kid and kids Blue and Red Ranger uh, within an episode where there was a Blue and a Red Ranger. Some history making. Oh my god, just legit. How can we go on and make history? Was there ever a kid? There was a guy that dressed up as a Pink Ranger in this episode. Maybe we can go on and just make some history here. Come on, some legendary status. Yeah, they're extras, they're background characters, whatever. But it's still on the show. It's still on the show. It still counts. Anyways, I think this scene between both Zed and Goldar is a reshoot of something that ended up getting used in other episodes. But anyways, Zed is talking to Goldar here, just having a good old chat, saying that he will tolerate no mistakes this time. Goldar, your mission is very simple if you choose to accept it. Capture the White Ranger and escort him to the Dark Dimension. My monsters will take from there and will destroy him forever. I love the there's Tommy just hand wave thing that I just remember now from that show, because I've gone on to rewatch it now and I could just go on to like, there's things that I hope that I will never forget from Power Rangers, and it'll be the thing that just Tommy just does with his hand. And then also how Goldar ends up saying silence. Just the most just greatest line that Goldar is, I think, to deliver in the show. It's just silence. Um, Freaking hilarious in my mind. So Tommy is to go on and continue to try to talk to these putty rangers, and to tell them like, hey, are you ready for some fun? Ooh, pretty scary, as he grabs his skeleton as to kind of shake shake the hands, and the kids are just like, really, Tommy? Really, Jason David Frank? Like, come on. Like, when are you gonna morph? Come on, you're ruining the show for me. When am I gonna see you in costume, Tommy? Come on. Just give me something. Anyways, so we of course go on to have Goldar that is to appear right in front of Tommy, and of course Goldar is to go on and uh, just be like, fighting is useless, you cannot escape, and Tommy used to go on like, huh? And he used to kind of just cock his hands and get ready for something. And all of a sudden the kids are turning into putties. So he's going to go on and have to just punch a kid in the face, technically. Tommy is punching a putty kid in the face, technically. It's not a real kid. Come on. It's a real putty. Come on. Let's be legit here. So Tommy again is to take out all the putties by him God himself. And then Tommy is to go on and be face to face with Goldar. And Goldar say to Tommy, it's like, Lord Zed has invited you to a special Halloween haunt. And silence. Silence for how you to think otherwise. So Tommy, of course, ends up getting teleported away with Goldar to this special party. And so we, of course, at this point have Zed that is like, soon the White Ranger will face the battle of his young life. And when the other Power Rangers attempt to come to aid him, I'll destroy them too. Because of course he will. So that's when we get the gatekeeper just popping in and just saying like, well, Lord Zed has given me the task to gatekeep the dark dimension, and the character's name will be Gatekeeper. Anyways, so the Gatekeeper is to, of course, go on and be looking for a certain specific key to unlock this door. But he's just like, well, how about I just go on and just use this master key? That unlocks everything. Why doesn't he just go on and just use the master key for everything? Why waste the time to have 30 bajillion keys? We'd be like, hey, book, done. So, as soon as Gatekeeper, not Keymaster, goes on and opens this door with this lock, Tommy then all of a sudden appears to then go on and realize that, well, this doesn't look like Kansas anymore. What are you up to this time, Zed? Are you up to your old bag of trick-or-treats? And so Tommy realizes that he thinks because there is some point when there is going to be a dangerous thing that occurs within this area, that Tommy should go on beforehand and possibly morph. And as Tommy is to throw up the Morphier, he is to be met by both Robo Knight, different show, Robo Goat, and both Pumpkin Wrapper. And Doomstone is to go on and take the Morpher away from Tommy here. I'm like, man, what a huge missed opportunity it would have been to have Doomstone here, and he could have actually been a monster that could have actually been a final boss here with the Megazord. And instead it ends being Pumpkin Wrapper again. Whatever. So Tommy needs to look at both of these monsters and realize, like, well, hey, like Pumpkin Wrapper, I thought we'd turn you into squash, Pumpkin Wrapper. And Pumpkin Wrapper, of course, is to be a reply of like, well, maybe you did, but it's time to get sad. because Lord said's power, we're back and we're bad. Man, I really wish I would have gone on in the other Pumpkin Rapper episode and done all the quotes of that, because Pumpkin Rapper is just so fun. But then again, his rhymes are just very simplistic. And then he also says, hey, don't play, he's getting away. So Billy and Kim make their way to the youth center because they've been there all along. And what I was really saying here is both Billy and Kim make their way to the counter of the youth center to talk to Ernie. And Kimberly asks Ernie, it's like, well, hey, have you seen Jason, Zach, and Trini? Because you won't, because they have left the show. And Ernie's like, no. Like, I guess that they're still with the group over by the elementary school. And here immediately just contradicts what Ernie had just said. Because Billy and Kimberly have to go on and realize that all of the kids are supposedly accounted for. But, like, there shouldn't be because Tommy is not here. But then, so Kimberly ends up asking about Tommy. And Ernie is to go on and say, it's like, well, I don't know. I haven't seen him either. So, or either, however you want to go on and say that. I want to say either because it sounds cool. I'm fresh. I'm hip. I'm with the kids. I say the either instead of either. It's pronounced either. Hey there. Moving on. So, but here's where Billy goes on and says that all the kids are accounted for. So Kimberly turns to Billy. It's like, well, then who are the kids with Tommy then? So Billy's like, well, I don't know, but maybe we should go on and contact Tommy to see what's up. Maybe we should be like, hey, what's up, Doc? What's going on? So as the two of them try to go on and contact Tommy, there is no answer. So they're like, okay, well, how about we go on and just go to the command center, because Alpha and Zordon have just done a lick of nothing. Just give us any kind of whereabouts of what is going on with Tommy, because we should have gotten a how they are to be on call 24/7, but yet Alpha and Zordon have no idea what's going on with Tommy right now is just baffling to me. Up until both Billy and Kimberly are going and ask, hey, shouldn't you guys know where freaking Tommy is? Shouldn't you be caring where Tommy is? Oh, you don't? Because you still don't care about Tommy? Even when he is to go on and be the White Ranger, your leader of your team, but you don't care where he is? Just take that knife and just stab it in the back a lot further and just keep twisting. Eventually something will pop. Eventually you'll get to the other end. Anyways, so Kim and Billy make their way to the command center to go on to be like, well, hey, where is Tommy? He was supposed to meet us back at the youth center, and he never showed. Zordon, I think there's something wrong with Billy. Or yeah, what is wrong with Billy? He's wearing a weird getup. I think there's something that makes us realize that Tommy is in trouble, is what she was to probably go on and say here. So Zordon is to go on and tell Kimberly that, well, your suspicions are correct, Kimberly. Maybe you should go on and be Sherlock Holmes one day. But until then, you're just a jester. So Zordon ends up having both Kimberly and Tommy make their way to the viewing globe to realize that Tommy is in some other dimension where he's facing off against these foes, these monsters of their past. To then, of course, have both Billy and Kim realize that Tommy doesn't seem to be morphed, and they are very baffled and confused why. And they have to go on and understand that it seems that Tommy is to seemingly not have his morpher with him. And so they have to take some time now to go on and try to figure out where possibly Tommy is so they can teleport there. And you would think that what we should do is just have all the communicators have some like GPS of their last known location, or like some kind of GPS on all these communicators, just kind of like tie into some kind of weird signal that connects the communicators to just teleport Rangers to that. Whatever. They should do something like that, story wise, because it makes a lot more sense than just having them try to triangulate and figure out where Tommy actually is. But so, back with Pumpkin Wrapper and Robo Goat, not Robo Knight. Pumpkin Wrapper. You better just quit or you're gonna get hit. Tommy, it seems to be tied with Robo Goat behind him. But then it seems Tommy's to figure out a way to trip Robo Goat, have him fall back. And I'm kind of curious how many monsters had gotten injured or how many putties had gotten injured during this show, as well as also maybe a number of Rangers that had gotten injured during this show. Kind of curious to just know the times of which that people are to go on and get hurt in this show. Because I'm sure that is to go on and happen. Because mistakes are to be made. Anyways. So, but then also you have to think that a lot of this stuff might have been shot in Sentai footage, so not injured, who knows. Anyways. So, Tommy's to go on and trying to face off against these monsters to desperately try to get his Morpher back to him, but no avail. So, both Billy and Kimberly are to be at the command center, and it seems that they are to narrow down exactly where Tommy is to go on and be. So, we now have to realize that Billy and Kimberly can morph to Tommy's location, but also both Alpha and Zordon have to figure out how Jason, Kimberly, and Zach can join them and morph their way there to, of course, have to have us realize that we can't actually use the people out of Costuma. You know what I mean? Because they're written off. So sad. Anyways, Zordon and Alpha are to go on and talk to one another and state that, well, hey, like, Alpha, you can just go on and replace Jason, Trini, and Zach as these kids' chaperone, and you can take them all trick or treating while these three Rangers go off and go to this dimension to meet with Tommy. So, as Kimberly and Billy almost, it seemed, try to even it out with all these monsters present here at this bash, we, of course, have Tommy so glad that the two of them had arrived, and watch your backs, there's a whole lot of them. Kind of giving Tommy the 411 of what is going on here in case Kimberly and Billy are just kind of to be just kind of caught really unaware here. But as Kimberly and Billy are to go on and start facing off against these monsters, Billy goes on to find Doomstone to try to get Tommy's Morpher away from him. And so he does. The Morpher goes on and is to go flying, it seems, and Billy is to somehow get to it and is to throw it to Tommy so he can morph. So now Billy, Kimberly, and Tommy are here, and they're back in their bed. So Doomstone is to realize that, like, well, hey, since the numbers have started to really even out here, I need to bring back some other monsters that we've kind of seen in the past. Primitor, Rhino Blaster, the Invincible, Fight Trap. Yeah, I said that right? Invincible, Flash Trap. And then also to go on and start to have all of these monsters face off against these three Rangers. And really have the Rangers start to take the fun out of this celebration. And then also Snizzard comes into play here, the guy that it seemed had to go on and be beaten by Kimberly because an arrow through a part of its top of its body was to go on and be the deciding factor for this monster to get destroyed. via the certain number of episodes that had been having him in. Then, of course, we go on to finally have the rest of the team make their way to the Dark Dimension after I've gone on and state how Alpha and Zordon are to try to figure out how the rest of the Rangers can make their way back to the dimension, because Alpha is to kind of swap things, because they go on and state that Alpha can be in costume and no one will know, compared to the average day, where this robot is to go on and be like obviously sticking out like a sore thumb. So as the rest of the Rangers make their way to this dimension, that's when Zed is to bring his Zed potion into the ring and chuck it, and have Pumpkin Wrapper become gigantic, which then leads the Rangers crying out for their Zords to then get into having Tommy go on and do his V pose, and go on and do this weird hand gesture thing. So we have to realize that this is the first ever time we've seen a Power Ranger go on and do the V pose, but it won't be the last. Uh, in Mystic Force, I don't know if there's ever a time that this is to go on and occur in any other Power Ranger things, so it may not go on and still be the last time we see V pose. But we end up seeing a character called V in Mystic Force that goes on and consistently does the V pose. So, reasonably, we'll go on and have V who does the the V pose. Just the V pose. She'll be doing it a lot, and in that show, and to just also kind of keep us to be reminded of the origins of the show, and to also not have this kind of pose be kind of put in here, because it reminds us of anime and a number of other things. So Tommy gets into his Zord, and he's to go into battle modes, and or actually warrior modes. My bad, not battle modes. There's so many modes. There's cool mode. There's not so cool mode. Anyways, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. So we go on here to, of course, have Tommy go on and do his Thunderbolt move, and God, I love this attack. We have Tommy who does the Shaiduken like thing coming out of his chest thing. I love that attack. I want to just see them just consistently, just like if I can just see a 20-minute video of every time that Tommy to just do that attack. I'm like, yeah, just keep having that ball fire out of that chest. I just want to see a video of that, and that'd be cool. I'd be fine. I'd be grateful to just see that occurrence, just because of how cool that effect is. But anyways, as of course I've mistakenly just kind of clicked away from something by accidentally. Pause here for a second. All right, and so the Thunder Megazord goes on and does its ultimate attack, because it's not running out of batteries this time of day. It's not running out of percentages, because it can do its ultimate attack whenever it freaking wants to. And beats up that Pumpkin Wrapper yet again, because of course it does. We also had the one attack that Pumpkin Wrapper does where he chucks the pumpkins. I thought that was really cool. Now that was uncool, so take this, fool. Just chucks the pumpkins, and I thought that was a pretty sweet attack. But I definitely want to go and mention that because that was pretty sweet. Anyways, so back with Lord Zed. He's to go and mention that those Power Brats defeated an army of his best monsters. Maybe not really his best, probably some of Rita's, a little bit of Rita's. So once again, they have won the battle, but they will not win the war. And they'll probably win the war. I think they'll probably be fairly successful. I think it's going to continue to just happen, whether Zed wants it to or not. So, back at the youth center, Tommy's to go on and say, "Man, I'm sure glad this party is over." Yeah, and I'm sure you can just make your way to the youth center and just sit and just possibly get some some cups of juice. I don't know what I was going with there, but I'm just shooting at the hip here. So Ernie has to go on and tell the kiddies that it's like, well, hey, I'll tell you guys, like this chaperone program really worked. Even though, regardless of Tommy not actually probably being here the whole entire time because he was chaperoning Z putties instead of actual kids, but somehow this program really worked. Maybe we're going to use it sometime in the future. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Never. It's going to happen again. But anyways. But Ernie used to go on and state that everyone is to have a good time, and that's all that really matters. Except for maybe two bits of folk that are to go on and be a Balkan skull, as they are to seemingly start to have made a jostling to get, as I have to go on and have these just magical, weird, goofy words, jostling back into the youth center, as they're to go on and seem to be like, oh, we had too much candy. So Kimberly ends up turning to the teens, like, well, I guess not everybody, right? I guess not everybody. So Volk and Skoda go on and state that they feel sick. Like, hey, what's the matter? Ate too much candy? And Kimberly used to go on and be like, hey, you want some more candy? And Volk and Skull are to have green upon their face, and they're like, and they're to go on, and they're just spew all over the ground. And that's how we end the episode. No, man, would that have been just a comedic way to end the episode? So Kimberly goes on like, well, I guess they had a little too much trick or treating, right? And Tommy's like, well, this time around, I agree with them, and they end the episode. So the Ninja Encounter Part 1 and 2 and 3, maybe 4 if it is just forever going on. Oh my god, we're doing this. So, the Ninja Encounter, part frickin' 1. This episode. Finger to this episode. You're to go on and see it, right? There's a finger right here, right? You're to see it. It's a finger. You don't know what finger it is. Oh, flipping the bird of this reporter. So at the very beginning of this, we have all the Rangers. They're at a tree together. They're at a park. They're all just circling around with a picnic, and they're at some points just randomly having to shoot just Trini by herself. What is this garbage? Just like I feel like garbage just going on and just doing this the way I'm doing it. So they're all at this park together, and come to find out, we have Rocky, Adam, and Aisha that are going into a meet with Mr. Anderson here, who has a baby named Jacob. Yes, the baby of an episode will be so important in Power Rangers that it'll legit have to have a name, but through an entire episode of two female versions of Bulk and Skull, they will not have a single name to their name. We don't even have names of the ninjas that are to be so undefeated in this episode, because we won't care about them. They will be the undefeated ninjas. That's who we will call them. Up until a certain point of this episode where they are to go on and be possibly defeated. But anyways, so Aisha, Adam, and Rocky are to talk with Mr. Anderson, and they're talking to him because they know him, because he is to be one of their teachers. And so Aisha is to go on and be like, oh yeah, like, well, it's nice to see you, Mr. Anderson. Like, I'll catch you up on another lap here. So conveniently, Billy, Kimberly, and Tommy here are to go on and have this portable TV, and they're to watch this little bit of news here. So it seems that there's to be another karate tournament that's going on, because all they have to do is have karate tournaments in this effing show. They have nothing else going on but karate tournaments, to where it feels like these karate tournaments are absolutely pointless. There's so many of them. Like, how can you say anybody's really the best in the world when, like, they have these karate tournaments like once a week? It doesn't make sense to me. So these guys are to be on this telly and they're talking quite a bit of smack here, and Kimberly used to think like, man, like kind of bit of a clod, hey? And Tommy's like, well, hey, they're undefeated, and so they have all the right to just be clods, because they can just say how they feel because they're undefeated so far. So they're hoping that somebody from Stone Canyon High is going to go on and beat them, right? And they don't even know what Stone Canyon High is, and they have Kimberly open her mouth and say, yeah, it's a high school outside of town. Really? I didn't think Stone Canyon High would be a high school that is from another part of some other town, right? Good God, man. That is the stupidest thing. Is tuna the chicken of the sea? Did Kimberly, I think, state something that is just seemed too obvious for you folks? Me too! So, we see Bulk and Skull are making their way with their unusual motor skateboard things. Skateboards. It's very weird. It's very janky. Like, it looks like they have, like, skateboards that are attached to other skateboards. It's very weird. I don't know exactly what this thing is, but let me know in the comments below what exactly it is so I can just be like, okay, cool, you have a comment. Great. Because I honestly have no clue what this is, this weird skateboarding thing, and you can let me know in the comments below. So I can be like, oh yeah, oh cool, I learned something today. Because probably someone has one of those, and they are to be in the knowledge of what they are. Or just have a good thing with Google. Just so you know. I should have Googled this before going into this. I will just call it a skateboard. And I've gone way too long with this joke. Or not a joke, my stupidity. That was a smart move, right? So we have Zed. So we of course have Zed realize that another ninja competition is coming up. So he's like, well, like I think if I can go on and turn these undefeated ninjas into one of my own proteges, then I think that'll get to just another plan that I can put together here. So, uh, so then we go back to, of course, Mr. Anderson and Jacob, who are going on and just having a fun time at this park. And they, of course, are to have Jacob. What a selfish kid this is. To go on and just want to be sifting into this bag to try to get some more cookies. And its father's like, no, 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 Jacob, no more cookies. And so all of a sudden the stroller goes wildly out of control as Jacob is still sitting safe on this bench. Believe me, kids, Jacob's okay. So, as all of a sudden this stroller is to be streaming its way to hit this motorcycle, which is to coincidentally be tied to these undefeated ninja men, to where they are to go on and be like, man, I can't wait for this tournament to happen. Yeah, I can't wait for it to happen too, so I can go on and just beat somebody down and just win and just have a good time. Fun had by all. As this stroller is to hit this motorcycle, these undefeated ninjas are to be hopping mad with anger and upsettedness, to then be going on and turning to Mr. Anderson because he is to be owner of said stroller and said baby, and to be just very upright and raw and to be very upright with Fury with him. I have to figure out a way to make this fun. I do. And while that is going on, Mr. Anderson is to be so distracted with these undefeated ninja men that he is to not go on and realize that his son is going crazily wild off of an uncontrolled stroller with him inside of it. Yeah. So this stroller goes off the rails, baby. That we have to, of course, go on and start to have other people notice that this stroller is going wild. We go on to have Rocky, Adam, and Aisha realizing that the stroller is going off the rails. So they try to chase after it. And they're to go on and do all these hippy dippy flips that make no goddamn sense to me. And to where I'm like, shouldn't these people on these roller skates realize that they need to go on and try to like be as quick as possible, not to be as flippy as possible? This looks stupid. It freaking does. Take me seriously as I laugh. See this face? Serious man looking at you. For how disgruntled I am of this episode. So, Bulk and Skull are having a hot dog. And I'm really trying to, how fastly can I just mow down all this crap? They end up also seeing the bebe as Skull is noticed at first, and then turns to Skull and Skull's like, "We gotta get this baby." Or Bulk ends up saying, "We gotta get this baby. It's on the stroller. Oh my god!" So, if anything, what I would have wanted is to have Bulk and Skull rescue the child. I think that's what should have happened. I don't care that the Power Rangers should go on and do all the goody good stuff that they've ever gone and goody did it. They should not go on and save the day every goddamn time. And again, we have Sigourney Weaver Ghostbusters 2. Save my baby! Girl on the bike. Tring, tring. There's a stroller on the loose. Anyways, so what happens by the end of this tale is that Kimberly and Aisha grab the child as Bulk and Skull to thrust their way into a ninja tournament finals banner and make their way into some bushes. And we, of course, go on to have Anderson, who is like seemingly behind the Rangers, going on to like, "Oh, thank God you saved my child." Blah, blah, blah. So we then go on to have Tommy, Kimberly, and Billy remind you that Tommy is wearing green here. Remind you. There's probably a reason for that. But anyways, so but also Mr. Anderson calls his little son a daredevil. That's great. So Billy, Tommy, and Kimberly are going on and talking to these three newcomers and having a bit of a chat here, and really nothing really comes out of this except for them talking about the ninja competition and and to see if they're going on and they're gonna go and watch that or be involved in that or be the people that are gonna face off against those other folks, and that who Mr. Anderson is to them, because it seems that they have a rapport with this guy. It's like, "Oh, he's our teacher from Stone Canyon High." "Oh, you're from Stone Canyon High, right? Okay." So again, we have Zed, who's going on to turn to Golarb, like, "Hey, you need to get me my ninjas, my undefeated ninjas, and you need to go on and tell them that, like, well, hey, they're gonna there's an opportunity for them to serve with the greatest evil leader of all time of the universe and whatever you." And but Lord Zed eventually just goes on like, "Well, just tell them anything. Just tell them they have no choice." So as this competition is to seem to go on and happen here, and we have what is to seemingly be people that look like Jason and Trini and possibly Zach that enter here from behind. From a behind, so you don't see their faces. I'm so cool. So, the final competition for the greatest ninja title bullshit. You're going to be doing this next week or next day. This is all bullshit. So we have these black ninjas against these white ninjas, and I could not really tell who was Adam and who was Rocky or who even was Aisha, even though she was the smallest one. Still, I couldn't tell who anybody was. But I guess it really didn't matter, right? Because by the end of this whole competition, we find out after the goofy wire act that is to be going on that makes a lot of the Aisha and Adam and Rocky certain fight points just look like Peter frickin' Pan, and it makes no goddamn sense. They end up giving it to the challengers, the people in white. There's a lot of time where the judges are kind of like looking at one another like, hey, what are you grading? What are you grading? And also, at one point, we of course have Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly going on and stating like, well, hey, like, it seems like the challengers are facing against these competitors, and they're fighting fair. It's like, well, yeah, that's the real way to win. Because the opposition is fighting dirty. So I have another bit of water here. It's okay, even though that one is empty. Too bad. You won't be able to use it now, will you? No, I won't. So Mr. Anderson goes on and hands off his baby, Jacob, to Bulk and Skull, as Mr. Anderson is to go on and applaud the kids that he likes. Yeah, kids that I like, you did it! Yeah! I'm not even sure you are who you are, but yeah! Because I didn't recognize you the whole entire time. Yeah! Just, yeah! Milking this out for too long. So they make their way to the parking lot as Mr. Anderson has put his baby into this car. And it's to again thank the Rangers for going on to rescuing his kid from earlier because he's a bad parent. So this all of a sudden has Goldar appear from nowhere and come with putties to go on and distract Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly here. So as the Free Rangers go on and face off against the putties, and the big cool attack is for them to do these like just kind of split kick things that take out all of the putties all at once. That was pretty cool. That's pretty sweet. But nothing else is being memorable from that fight in my eyes. Step your game up, Rangers. Step it up. Come on. Do better. Come on, do some flippy crappy stuff that can go on and make no sense. Go on and just have a kick that just spins around and around and around, and it makes no logical tornado sense. And I have hit my nose. But just do that flippy thing. You do that. Just, yeah. It's cool. Whatever. So, Golar is to appear to then tether himself to Rocky, Adam, and Aisha, and then also Mr. Anderson, because I guess Goldar had nothing better to do this day. And then also, Goldar's eyes are to be glowing red. That's very unusual. It's a little creepy. It's a little scary. It's a little scared there. Maybe it's time to just turn this off. Click. I'm too scared now to watch the show. I'm too scared. A little bit. I peed a little. Anyways, so also the way that like Goldar tethers all of these characters to himself, it looks stupid. It just does. But so as like Aisha and Rocky and Adam are just writhing. They're just writhing. They're just having a good time just doing a bit of the writhing. You know what I'm saying? And so is Mr. Anderson to be like, yeah, hey, yeah, let's ride together. Let's mosh pit it all together. So, as Goldar goes on and takes and nabs the people he's supposed to, and Mr. Anderson, both the three of Kimberly, Billy, and Tommy are to, of course, go on and uh, be calling Alpha and Zordon to be like, well, hey, like, what's going on? Why is it that Goldar had gone on to do this? And so that leaves our Rangers to teleport to the command center immediately, because of course they do. That's always the usual run of things. And so Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly completely forget about Jacob, but Bulk and Skull are to immediately figure out, like, well, hey, we need to go on and we need to get to Jacob because he's the most important thing. And they open the car door because, against, I guess, Anderson didn't decide to lock the door because he's a horrible dad. And so Bulk and Skull open the door, like, hey, we're going to take care of Jacob because it seems like his father had just got disappeared here. So, because he's a poor dad and he should be going on to just not have this child. I am so horrible. But then Tommy has to go on and put his hair in a ponytail to connect with continuity for what is to be a reused bit of footage to be pretended that is to be present day. Because we have to write in Jason and Zach and Trini somehow in this show, right? By old footage. But then we also have to cut close to Billy, Kimberly, and Tommy. And luckily, they're all grouped together in the scene, because what if that wouldn't have happened in any parts of this footage? Like, man, would they have gone on and really had to figure out a way to uh, find a goofy thing to kind of just keep fusing this footage together. But anyways, they make their way to they make their way to the viewing globe to have Zordon go on and tell them that Jacob is still okay, that he is to, of course, go on and be babysat by Bulk and Skull, unusual babysitters, but hey, it's better than nothing. So, and then also the whole situation of Zed stealing these ninjas to make them uh, their variation of evil warriors in Zed's mind. So, yeah, so Aisha, Rocky, and Atom are to be at this cave, and also Mr. Anderson. What the who cares? So they're all chained up, and so we of course every time have the Rangers refuse to work alongside Goldar here, but Goldar is a state that it is to be quite an honor, and that also these people will not be given a choice. Silence. So Goldar is to tell the characters here that I guess they have some time to choose, but there really is no time to waste here. Anderson, who is to go on and just kind of be just kind of off, just thinking to himself. Rocky's to be like, "Hey, Mr. Anderson, are you okay?" And Anderson like, "Well, I'm just thinking about Jacob, with him being with Bulk and Skull, because I'm just a horrible parent, and so I'm just leaving them with Bulk and Skull, guys that have gone on and spent too many episodes, pies in their faces. But hey, it's better than nothing." Bulk and Skull end up offering Jacob some deep dish action, some food, and what have you, and Jacob's to refuse it all because, of course, he's just be a very picky eater. Maybe he has allergies. They don't know. So, but if anything, they're to also see that maybe this bottle is to also be the thing that is to be something that Jacob wants. So by the end of this episode, we go back to Adam, Aisha, and Rocky, and that Anderson guy, trying to go on and try to have a bobby pin free them from their shackles as the putties are to go on and just kind of be distracted by not really looking at the number of them. The next episode is to be part 2. The Ninja Encounter Part 2. As we have to kind of shuffle along here. So, back at the command center, Zordon is to go on and realize that they have established the location, possibly, of the 3 teens and teacher. And so we would come to find that they're in some closed area in another dimension, which is really just a cave. So come to find out there to figure it out that Lord Zed is to have sent these people to the dimension of despair. How many more goofy names do you have to have here? The Dark Dimension, the Dimension of Despair, Doom Dimension. Just coming up there. How many dimensions do you need? One for every episode. All right, cool. So, as Aisha continues to pick her lock, Anderson is to realize that this is a bad idea, that this can go on and at any moment anger the putties that are to be around this place, as both Lord Zed and Goldar are to go on and realize that since time has been taking too long, having the Rangers needing to decide or not whether they're going to become evil warriors or not. I say Rangers because technically Rocky, Adam, and Aisha within this episode will eventually become Rangers. And it's easier just to say here that Zed is to realize that the longer and longer they wait here, the Rangers may come up and rescue these teens. So he needs to go on and come up with some kind of plan, which of course is to unleash a monster out into the world. So that is to go on and make him realize that it's time to unleash the Terra Blossom out onto the world. So Zordon ends up going on and telling the Rangers about that there is to be a new threat out there, and that the rescuing of the ninja fighters will have to be put on hold. So they go on and they go to the viewing globe to explain the Terra Blossom and how it is to go on and seem to have the ability to freeze everything in its path with some deadly petals. So we have to realize that this monster again is very devastating and what have you. Blah, 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 blah. So just uh, uh, so what they do here is they decide that Tommy, Kimberly, and Billy should go on their separate mission to try and rescue the teens and the teacher, while the rest of the other Rangers go on to face off against this monstrous threat. So, again, not to showcase so much so that Zach, Jason, and Trini are to go on and not be on the show, because heaven forbid you disguise that, right? So, also, we have to have Zordon go on and explain to the Rangers about how their new teleportation thing works, about how there's a faster way for the Rangers to teleport now, and it's called jetting, which looks stupid. It does, just so you're aware, just so you know, it looks like they're flying like Superman. It looks dumb. If anything, I probably, in all honesty, would have originally made this thumbnail of this episode for how kooky and goofy it looks. But I was either like thinking of this thumbnail or I was thinking of Serpentera. I'm like, well, like if you have the party just fly in the sky, it could just be a goofy image of like, what the is this? And then also, like Serpentera, like the showcasing of that could be like, maybe more enticing because people might like Serpentera than seeing Rangers being flying in the sky and look all goofy. 'Cause it does. The Power Rangers are Superman or Superwomen, for Trini's case. So, but maybe not Superwoman because technically, a dude was actually to be in Trini's costume. You can obviously go on and have it be Tom Cruise and all the right moves if you pause it just right at some point in one of Trini's episodes. You can see her be. I am such an a-hole. But it's true. There is one episode where, god dang, Trini gets way too close to the goddamn camera. And it's just so like, oh my god, you could see everything. You could see everything. Stupid, that camera angle. But whatever. I don't exactly know what that episode is, but let me know in the comments below what exactly episode it is. They do the same thing with Jason. They do that weird camera angle also with Jason. I'm like, what were they trying there? What were they trying to do? Like, what are these camera angles? What were they thinking? What were they thinking? Anyways, so uh we of course have the Terra Blossom that is facing off against Trini, Jason, and Zach here. And the Terra Blossom is to go on and state that it's like, well, hey, it'll take more than the Power Rangers to stop me. And that's all they have to go up against is just the Power Rangers. So I don't quite get what that means. But so, we have the Terra Blossom that goes on to generate its seed pods, and it seems that goes on to lead to the further and further that Jason, Zach, and Trini face off against this Terra Blossom. They at some point will get frozen, but it won't be anytime soon. I think it'll be in the second part because we have to go on have the Rangers do the Megazord thing and face off against the monster. But Terra Blossom goes on and just bizarrely conjures Hatchosaurus. And I think this is the two-parter. So at some point that'll happen within this episode. But so getting a little tongue-tied here. We're almost 2 hours in. It's not a good sign. Probably get a little cottonmouth also. There's probably a reason for that. But let's continue on here. So, Jason, of course, to call up all good old Zordon here. Like, well, hey, oh man, what can we do? Or, so, God, what is the conversation to be had here this day? Oh, Zordon is to go on and state to Jason here that there is a threat that the blossom able to reproduce itself, which really is to mean that it doesn't reproduce itself, that it reproduces Hatchosaurus, which is to be a prior monster. And Jason goes on to state, well, how can he go on and do something like that? And it seems that this monster is to drive off of some kind of heat source. And Alpha and Zordon start to further and further realize that this monster is to get ever so close to where Jacob and Bulk and Skull are. So they definitely need to go on and have the Rangers try and go on and force this monster away from the location of Bulk and Skull. And so Zordon is need to go on and tell Alpha to call both or all three Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly back, regardless of how they have not gone on yet, and made their way to get the teens and Anderson to then have them call back to try and face off against this monster. Because that's to be the more focused thing. We also see the scene where Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly are all just kind of standing there. I think we'll end up seeing this more than once from my memory. Because we'll, I think, end up seeing it happen again later on, I think. So, the rest of the Rangers get called to come together to face off against this monstrous threat, to then all of a sudden have the uh, Terror Blossom Bloomin' Onion go on to reproduce Hatchosaurus. So all the Rangers start to go on and face off against Hatchosaurus. From what I remember for Hatchosaurus, it seems that Hatchosaurus was mainly, I feel, a monster that was just a Megazord battle thing, and that was it. And we have inside of the the Hatchosaurus Cyclotron, and for every time that the Rangers did not go on and get Cyclotron, the Hatchosaurus would just regenerate itself and never get defeated. To the point to where the Rangers were realizing, like, oh my god, like we're running out of Zord battery to go on and defeat this monster. And it was just kind of a battle of nutrition at that point. From what I remember in those in that three-parter, to just show us like, well, hey, what would happen if the Zords go too far? Like, will they explode? Will they implode? Will they just disappear and just go back to their charging stations? And we'll just be like, well, I guess we should have got new Zords, but we don't, because that doesn't seem to be the case for these new Zords quite yet. That they are to kind of run on empty. So Hatchosaurus brings in the putties again to have more fighting with putties because it's great. It's good times. It's noodle salad. Tommy goes on to kick the Hatchosaurus, and so we then have Zed is like, well, hey, he just kicked my monster. I better go on and throw this Zed potion and chuck it and make this monster big, so it can go on and just not get defeated by these monsters, by these Rangers this day. Yeah, it's good. So Hatchosaurus goes on and grabs the Zed potion, becomes large, and of course we end up having our Rangers cry out for their Zords. And again, here is second V to the face of Tommy, going out and doing his hand his signal thing that is to go on and be just echoed in Mystic Force. So far he stated that. But so we get all the Zords just mega Zording it up here. Everybody's just on full. So we have the fists of Zords hitting into Hatchosaurus, because here's the thing. These Megazords have no clue how to beat this monster. They don't. No one has a clue when they faced off against this Hatchosaurus in prior episodes. No one knows. No one knows. No one knows this thing has a weakness to get inside this effing thing. Why? Get inside that monster and rip out that heart. Just rip it out. So, the Megazord, it seems to have its own weird mist that comes from out of it. Very a strange attack that I've never gone and seen quite yet with this Megazord. Whatever it is to be rather interesting, and also is to defeat this monster. But then again, reasonably, Zed is to just have this Zord as like, well, it's, or has this monster as like, well, this is just a distraction. Like, I'm just to eat more time away, so that way, this teen and this teacher can possibly become eval. So, we go on to have Alpha realize that Hatchosaurus is starting to regenerate itself, because this monster is to be unstoppable. And Alpha and Zordon again are to go on to realize that, oh well, like, I guess we've had to have gone on and needed to have destroyed the Cardiatron, but we just didn't do it again. Because again, Jason has learned nothing from a three-parter. Because this is still Jason. Regardless of him not being on the show, we still have to blame Jason here. Because how is it how is it that this guy did not go on and understand weakness of said Tommy should have gone on. Like, I blame effing Tommy because he's the leader of this group, and he could have gone on and he could have corrected the sins of the past by doing this monster in so quickly compared to Jason that was just like, well, let's just keep just bashing our heads into the wall and just think that any just a weapon could just beat this thing, which it won't. And but it technically does this time around, but still, whatever. So I'm just I hate this monster. I hate Hatchosaurus. They brought this bullshit back. You for bringing this back. You. Uh, Stuff like this just clearly means you don't give a. You just want a monster on the field, and you just want to reuse this freaking footage all over again. Bullshit. Unbelievable. So once Zed starts to realize that Alpha and Zordon are to realize the weakness of the Hatchosaurus, Zed is just like, oh no, not this time. I'm going to go on and I'm going to make sure that this monster is to heal up so quickly that, guess what? You guys are going to have to face off against it again because it's back to normal now. Like, because Alpha and Zordon were, I think, going to go on and call Tommy, or I think they did call Tommy, like, well, hey, you need to go on, you need to destroy that Cardiatron because it's still uh, a living, breathing thing. But then Zed is like, oh no, no, I'm gonna go on and just reassemble this monster quicker than Rita tried to do. So I guess that could be one thing that Zed did that Rita didn't bother. So we this battle that goes on here is to go absurdly long because we've technically already had this battle. Hatchosaurus is to have like these blasts come out of its shoulder, and so now back with the teens and the teacher, their story, their tale. So finally, Aisha is to finally get herself free, and that leads to everyone else getting free, I guess, way quicker than anyone else. And so this goes on to lead to the teens and maybe Anderson needing to fight for their lives here. So, but eventually Goldar will stop them and then bring in the snake to just be, or who I would like to call Mr. Slithers, and have teacher and teens still possibly become evil by force. So, I don't want to talk anymore about this Hatchosaurus stuff. I've already talked about it for a number of episodes already. I don't want to talk about. I want to wait for my life to be Toyota, and so here in this battle of Hatchosaurus and Dino Megazord, we see it. It's on this side of the screen. You, Hatchosaurus. Giving me Dino Megazord. So the sword ends up going flying. And as well as speaking of flying, we have Goldar flying back into fray here to stop all the kids from escaping and tethering them back together and tying them back up. And then getting Mr. Slithers. Mr. Slither arrives. This, of course, God, what do they end up calling it? I think they end up having a name for this snake. But they end up calling it Venom, the Venom of Darkness. God. And come to find out, Rocky hates snakes. So he's Indiana Jones. Here's, of course, where we go on and we see the Dino Megazord sword. But then all of a sudden, it's a completely different sword. Thunder Megazord does the ultimate attack, whips out the Hatchosaurus. He's freaking not quite dead yet, as also the White Tiger Megazord has to go on and do its Thunderbolt attack. And that what is to wipe out the monster, then to have all the Rangers convene back at the command center. But Zordon is to tell the Rangers that the troubles are not far from over, as they have to go on and still realize that the Cherry Blossom is still wreaking havoc on the town, as well as also realizing that they still have the teens and the teacher to rescue. So, back under the viewing globe, all the teens are to make their way to find out that both of these situations demand the Power Rangers' attention. And really, for this, they have to go on and split the teams into two, which is actually, I'm like, wow. Divide and conquer. We're going on and seeing such good strategy done by here, but it'll end up becoming Bubkiss as Zach, Trini, and Jason here will become mannequins. Obvious mannequins, as they will be frozen mannequins. Yeah. So, Kimberly, Tommy, and Billy re-arrived the exact same way which they did in an episode prior, back to this cave because they have to teleport the exact same way and arrive the exact same manner. They're coming back there. They are. So, as Mr. Slithers gets so ever so close to the teens and teacher, we have Zordon giving Tommy a good old jingle jangle. And so Tommy is to let Jason, Trini, and Zach. Zordon is to let Tommy know that Jason, Trini, and Zach are to all be showered with petals and are to be frozen solid. And the three Rangers are going to realize, like, what are we going to do now? And because they feel obligated to try and free these people, but also, ooh, yeah, like, monster will run rampant. So, and they can't be at both places at once. So, let's fast track here. Fast track, yeah. So we are forced to have Billy, Kimberly, and Tommy teleport back to where all the rest of the Rangers are to face off against Terra Blossom. As again, we're seeing the rest of the Rangers all mannequined out. So Tommy, Kimberly, and Billy kind of weirdly thrust their hands into a T pose and teleport them as well as the rest of the Rangers back to the command center so they can go on and figure out some solution to try and uh, get the three Rangers who were mannequined unmannequined. So Billy is to go on and concoct some device to hope that it is to seemingly unmannequin these mannequin, and so Billy is to hope that this device, because it's not working quite right, that he needs more power to it. And it's like, well, hey, don't put too much power into that, because who knows what could happen. So we have Teens and Anderson, and they're like, oh wow, like the snake is coming to us. What are we gonna do? Um, it's coming ever so closer. And all of a sudden we go to be continued. What bullshit is this? So now part three. Me. So uh finally after a whole bunch of experimenting, uh back at the command center, this device still doesn't freaking work with Billy, so they need more power. So this snake thing is getting ever so close still to these PayPal that it really is to go on and just cause some kind of kerfuffle. That the teens and the Anderson are just be like, oh my god, the snake, it sucks. It really sucks. So it slithers. Mr. Slithers, don't come so near to me. Anyways, God, I'm stupid. Uh so Zed is to go on and talk with his putties to let him know that this is gonna be a glorious day. Uh God, it just the final destruction of the Power Rangers will be at hand when eventually they go on to have uh Adam, Rocky, and Aisha become these evil Rangers instead of what eventually will be the power transfer, and for them to become the good Rangers. What would have happened if Rocky, Aisha, and Adam would have become evil Rangers during this episode? Then there would not have been any power transfer, because who would they have gone on and be able to power transfer to? Nobody. No one. So as Mrs. Slithers ever so nears the teens, Rocky is to go on and say, "Well, I guess this is it. Like, it's been nice working with the four of you, but I'd like to get my paycheck now. I've never imagined uh, using my abilities for evil. Yeah, his fighting abilities for evil, not his power abilities, his Power Ranger abilities. Don't get that twisted, everybody." And Mr. Anderson is to go on and be like, "Oh, come on, guys. Like, I've been a horrible father, and I've been a horrible dad. So I think, if anything, why don't you kids be way more optimistic about what's going on in your lives? You kids have always been more optimistic. Um, you can't give up hope now." And Aisha's like, "Yeah, Mr. Anderson is right. I mean, who knows? Maybe the Power Rangers will save us." Yeah, because they really give a about you right now. They've tried to go on and try to save you a number of times, and they've just been like, "Oh man, we've gotten just so close, but gee golly, we just have it slipped away from our fingers." You're the new Tommy, Aisha, Adam, and Rocky. You're the new Tommy. You really are. Anyways, uh, but moving on to the situation. So uh, now we come to find out that Bulk and Skull have to now replace a dirty diaper. And let's move along, shall we? Back at the command center. Back at the command center. So, Billy, of course, is to go on and use his device. And this is to finally get Jason, Trini, and Zach to effing move, even though the actual voices of these characters will never move again. Up until a certain special. Moving on. Uh, so the Rangers have to kick it back into action to go up against Terra Blossom because, again, divide and conquer, but at this time they need to just divide up together to face off against this monster because, again, they have completely forgotten that they should face off, or they should face off against the Terra Blossom and also save the teen and the teacher, the teens. So the Rangers all call for their Zords and whoop that ass. Just they whoop that ass. They do it. It just happens. So Goldar is to appear in front of the teens and teacher, like, surrender now. It'll be much easier on you. Blah, 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 blah. Of course, Adam is to ever be so defiant. We'll take our chances. So Golar's like, well, I'll see you after the conversion. And Rocky's like, well, here it comes. So Mr. Slithers is to go on and make its way seemingly to Aisha. And that's the first person that it gets so ever so close to, Mr. Slithers. I gotta keep saying that name because to me it's freaking hilarious to me in my mind, but it's stupid, I know. But anyways, back with the Rangers going on and Megazording it up, facing off against Terra Blossom. And Blossom ends up using its pollen. And Tommy is to try and to create a diversion. So Alpha and Zordon are to watch as Mr. Slithers to get ever so close to the teens and teacher. And they end up calling it the Serpent of Darkness. Everything just has to be really dark now, doesn't it? So the Serpent of Darkness has completed its transformation, and Zordon and Alpha are to realize that these teens and teacher need the Rangers right away. So they have to go on and they have to do something. And Zordon calls Tommy right away. So Tommy is to be called by Zordon to say, hey, yeah, your friends need you. Your other 3 friends that you're going to have. They're your new friends. You know, the ones that you've been talking to lately. You've been having a good chat with. You're probably going to have a movie with at some point. And Tommy's like, well, wait a minute. But we're still in this battle here. What are we going to do? And Zordon is like, no, Jason and Zach will go on and man the Thunder Megazord, and you, Tommy, and Billy and Kimberly need to go on. You need to go off to save those kiddies. You need to save those kiddies, Billy, and Tommy, and Rangers and such. So, Tommy falls out of his Zord, flies out of his Zord, just falls out of it. So does Billy, Trini, and Kimberly here. So what happens is that Jason and Zach are wielding the Megazord here. And they're trying to face off against this Cherry Blossom, and pollens are to be had this day, thrusting out of this. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. So now the Power Rangers are going on and taking down all these putties, and both Trini and both Billy make their way into the caves. And the teens and teacher are realizing, oh my god, the Power Rangers are here. So they're all excited. Billy grabs the snake away from Aisha, that is to be, of course, Mr. Slithers. And Billy is to go on and grab the snake and be wrestling with it. He will be wrestling with it for 3 years. Billy is wrestling a snake, and there's just this weird, goofy thing that is to be happening in my mind with Billy wrestling the snake. And I'm just be like, just Billy wrestling the snake. It just looks so like weird to me. But hey, he's wrestling it. So Trini goes on and uses her blaster to unchain the teens and teacher to have them escape. And Mr. Anderson is to still be so worried about Jacob. It's like, well, hey, we'll get you back to Jacob. It'll be fine. So as Adam, Aisha, and Rocky make their way out of the cave, they have to realize that they have to fight their way out. Kimberly turns to Aisha, Adam, and Rocky, who are very unfamiliar with these putties, and she tells them, hit the Z! Go for the Z! We have to go on and continue to tell people to hit the Z because we've been doing that all of this season all along. So, Adam, Rocky, and Aisha end up to adhere to what Kimberly is to go on and state here, and so they start fighting alongside the Power Rangers to then hit the Z, as well as also Billy is still wrestling with this snake with Mr. Slithers. Give him the respect to his name. So, back with Jason and Zach. They're supposedly at the Megazord, but all we really see is Jason consistently here. And Jason whips out the Thunder Saber, and it's to go on and do the ultimate move on Terror Blossom. And I guess we never really gave a about this monster. We never really gave a about this monster now, did we? So Zed, of course, who is glowing with upsetness about how he can't believe that he is to have lost yet again, and he is to want to go on and blame everybody but himself. But that next time, though, uh, uh, we came so close to having a elite fighting force that had gone to slip through Zed's delicious fingers. A concept definitively worth pursuing. Boo frickety hoo, Zed. You lose all the time. So, Tommy and Kimberly make their way back into the cave because Billy has not come out of it. So, Aisha, Rocky, and Adam are to follow both Tommy and Kimberly back into the cave. And it seems that Billy is to go on and be wrestling this snake still. Is it 12 years that he's been doing this? 12 years of snake wrestling, Billy. He should just continue to just wrestle down that snake or that. Yeah. At some point, originally, the actual snake thing, and Billy wrestling it, almost would have been the background to actually one of the of this thing. But I decided to go on and go with the Zack Zombie style instead, because it just looked cooler. Yeah. Oh yeah. Just yeah. Just seeing that just was like, yeah, let's see that visual. I could have gone in and done the Rangers just flying like Superman, but I didn't do that. I should have. That's god dang it. I'm so tempted to just change this thumbnail, but I put a lot of work into it. well, people could probably say not a lot of work, but like I felt enough work. Um, but it's so tempting to just have flying Power Rangers. Maybe I'll go on and regardless of what happens in the next thing, I'm just gonna show uh the in the next background. I'll have the flying Power Rangers in the next thing, regardless of if they do that in other things. I'm gonna just show that anyways because it's such a goofy visual. But I know a lot of people like that doesn't happen in these episodes. Still, I'll go on and explain it when I do the next thing because it's so goofy. But I have to go on and also remember it happening. I probably will forget. Uh, but so, Tommy ends up grabbing the snake and chucking it away to have Kimberly take her blade blaster and shoot it, and the snake, Mrs. Slithers, rest in peace. No real snake was harmed in the making of the show, but a fake one was. So, because of how the snake had wrapped around Billy so tightly, Billy is struggling to breathe because he has a freaking helmet on. Of course, it does have him have a problem of breathing. So, Billy has to go on and take his helmet off. And Kimberly and Tommy are looking at one another. Well, should we just take Billy's helmet off? It's revealing his secret identity to both Aisha, Rocky, and Adam here. Should we go on and do this? It's to be the safety of Billy that we should actually go on and take this risk. So Billy reveals himself to the teens for them to be like, oh, wait, if he's Billy, then you must be Kimberly and you must be Tommy. And Istanbul's in this direction. And so Tommy and Kimberly reveal themselves to these three teens, giving it the first ever time where the Power Rangers are to have to go on and reveal their secret identities to certain people. And it may not be the last. Because there's also to be other seasons where the secret identities of Power Rangers are to not have to be secret at all. Or at some points, the identity is to go on and be revealed. Like looking at time forces and any number of things. Secret identities eventually go on to get revealed in this show. But anyways, I'm sure there's a whole video that is going to be explained about when that happens. Probably on Beauty Baba Yaga's channel if you want to go on and check that out. Man, am I promoting that channel very good. And reasonably, that channel is doing just bananas anyways. But hey, if you're watching 2 hours and change of this, then really I have to go on and just say something here. So Trini is back with Mr. Anderson. That's why she's disappeared here. Because again, Anderson is scrambling to desperately try to get back to his baby. So Anderson reunites with his child that he should no longer have, leaving his child with Bulk and Skull, an unreliable duo that goes on and at least makes of a heck of a bandana diaper. And, excuse me. Something went wrong down the hole there. Hole. So, I apologize if at any point I'm to be really annoying in this review. Some of these episodes are just like, God, like, let's just get it done. So, next, we again have Lord Zed with Goldar behind him. And I'm like, how many times have we used this clip over and over and over again now? It's the staple clip. No one will stop them. Not even the Power Rangers. Sounds like a weird statement. So Zordon reunites with the Power Ranger team, and then also Rocky, Adam, and Aisha are to go on and have a solemn vow that they will never go on and reveal the identities of the Power Rangers, as they are to go on and find out who all of them are. A big, long-winded vow that takes way too much goddamn time to need to repeat here, and I won't, because why would I? And Adam and Aisha go on and have responses to this actual thing that they're to go on and say, and I like Rocky's was like, and never betray you. Yeah, better believe we won't betray you, Zordon. No, not today. uh, anyways, God. So we have the Power Rangers team reunite with Mr. Anderson and Bulk and Skull, and here's where Anderson goes on and talks about how Bulk and Skull had somehow been able to make a bandana diaper, and that at some point maybe they should go on and actually babysit Jacob maybe in the future. Bulk or Skull are like, no, I'm out of here. Goodbye. And that's what ends the episode. Thank God. But the next episode is going to be a monster of global proportions, which is to go on and be episode 5. We're halfway there, and we're 2.5 hours in. God. So, check this out, gang. So, legitimately, the monster of this episode is be called Forehead. I love that. It's the stupidest name for a stupid monster. Like the way it's sculpted just looks bizarre. Because there's a sculpting thing ahead of time that they do in this episode, but then they end up doing the actual monster. It's like, man, I want to say that this monster looks so cool, but just like they don't do anything with the forehead thing. Besides it just looking the way it does. But moving on. So we have the first annual World Teen Summit. And the youth center is to go on and be producing this here. So, come to find out again, this is to really just say to us that there's going to still be this peace conference that'll be coming up anytime soon. That it seems that 3 individuals will be chosen for this whole peace conference thing. And so, Billy is to go on and be talking to a girl from Israel. I believe her name is Tamara. And it seems that Billy and Tamara will be hitting it off in this episode. It's kind of really fun here. But also, I guess, out of probably, like, Billy just has a type. Anyways. So, Ernie ends up bringing in the statue of the four-headed thing, and Adam, Rocky, and Aisha make their way to the youth center, and they're starting to realize that this whole conference thing is to start to actually happen here. So Billy is to go on and explain why this weird sculpture thing has 4 heads. That is to be symbolic to certain things, and that also to go on and introduce every single one of these gosh darn people that are go on and of course be from a certain country, some goddamn where. That eventually at some points we'll have to go on and memorize all of their names, or just some of them, because they will have things to do in the show. Like Pablo from Mexico, or of course Charlie from Australia, I believe, or Archun from China, or uh, Boris from Russia. Russia. not Russia, because I'm saying English words. And so on. A number of people who are to be the committee's chairpersons or peoples. I had forgotten about the guy who's on the very far side of here because I think I had gone on and not quite seen. Oh, he's from South Africa, and his name is Temba or Themba. Don't know. But I covered all of the names, I think, right? I don't know. But then Billy is also to be white guy from Americana. Yeah, Billy's that white dude. Yeah. So Bulk and Skull are watching this whole proceedings and like, wait a minute. Like, if you kind of look at all the numbers there are 6 people on that podium. Maybe all 6 of those people could go on and actually be the Power Rangers. So maybe we should go on and just kind of keep an eye on them because maybe they are to be the Power Rangers. Of course they are. So Zed is going to be like, wow, like all the smartest people all over the world, and I can go on and kidnap them? Sounds like a plan. So Zed wants to go on and kidnap these kids to then turn them into evil Power Rangers, but it seems that he also needs power coins from the Rangers to go on and do so. So he's like, well, I'm in a bind. Maybe I can go on and kidnap all these kids and force the Rangers to give up their power coins yet again, because we've done this yet again, where at one point the Power Rangers all had to give up their power coins uh, to have their parents go free. And then Golar's like, well, hey, I'm not going to let your parents go free. Like, once you give me these power coins? No, 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 no. Like, and when the Rangers decide to not do that again, because it's not going to go on and have them, like, they've already been, like, uh, shame on them once, like, to have tried that, to think that, Goldar and whoever are gonna go on and do what the Rangers want. No, 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 no. To try to do that again just doesn't make sense at this point. For the Rangers to think that, like, hey, if we give up our power coins again, then like Goldar is like, oh, okay, I'll just give you these UN people when they didn't give them their parents before. Doesn't make sense. So Zed concocts this plan, and now we have to put it into action. So Tommy, Adam are going on and they're showing some karate skills off, and they want to see if Pablo from Mexico can go on and be able to try and do the same thing. So Pablo tries and like, Adam, how about you show him one more time? So uh, Rocky, Tommy, and Adam go on and they do this kata all together, and Billy and I believe Tamria from Israel, the girl from Israel, are going on and kind of like Billy's trying to put the moves on Tamara, and like, well, hey, are all the girls from where you're at as good looking as you, as beautiful as you? And uh, the girl from Israel is looking at Billy. He's like, oh, you're so sweet, Billy, but a little cliche. How about you try a little bit harder, Billy? How about you try a little bit harder? So the putties then arrive, and like Tamara's being in quite a state of shock, and Tamara is pointing. Billy's realized like, oh my god, putties are here. So Aisha and Kimberly notice putties are also there as well. So uh, we then have Billy turn to Tamara, that I've gone on and stated her name via the subtitles here. Billy's to turn to Tamara like, well, hey, go to the youth center. Like, stay there until I get back. So the Rangers decide it's like, all right, well, we need to go on and we need to gather together because we're gonna have to face off against these putties. So that leaves all of the UN guys, the United Nation of teens, to kind of gather up together just for Goldar and the putties to appear in front of them to kidnap them and hurt them emotionally. So, so Aisha is to go on and fly into battle here and do like this Superman punch like move to take out one of these putties. And Bulk and Skull are to be kind of just kind of side coming from this tree high there, um, through this camera angle that was really cool. And Bulk and Skull are trying to follow uh, the uh, the foreign teenagers, let's just say. So the Rangers go on and try to take out all of these putties, and they do so. Reuniting back to be like, well, hey, like, Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly just praising Adam, Rocky, and Aisha for still like, hey, it's good that you guys were here because we would have been outnumbered. And so, but Billy thinks that something is quite to be afoot here, that there must be a reason why both Goldar and the putties had gone to attack, and there certain finally is. So, Bulk and Skull are following the foreign teens and Goldar and Babu and Squat and Putties. And Bulk and Skull would turn to one another and be like, well, like it seems that these teens aren't really to be Power Rangers. They were morphed by now, or they would have become Power Rangers by now. And Bulk is like, well, hey, maybe it's some um, like trick, or maybe it's something that they're going on and doing here. We don't know. Maybe it's all to lead them to an area and then they morph. We don't know. So, uh, but Bulk and Skull decide they're going to go on and they're going to kind of take a path around to try and sneak through the back here. So, Goldar places all these foreigners in this cave. Uh, and so the Rangers are trying to figure out exactly where the foreign teens had went to, and they think that there's a possibility that they could be back at the youth center. And so like, well, hey, we'll just kind of keep looking for them. So all of a sudden there is to be this note that comes flying in, and they are to read it, and they are to realize that of course uh, the foreigners had been held hostage. I apologize if foreigner or foreign is to go on and be an offensive word to anybody. I'm just trying to figure out how to say who these people are in a way about deciphering specifically who they are. And if it offends somebody, I'm just going to keep on saying it because I'm sorry. Like, I can't figure out a perfect um, uh, word that won't offend somebody at certain points of talking and just trying to say what is to just be deciphered here within words of things. So, uh, Tommy is to go on to read this note and decipher that they have to go on and give up their power coins or they will never see the teen leaders again. I guess I should probably call them teen leaders now, because that may go on and make a lot more sense here than foreigners, because that could probably be less offensive. So, Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly are in the command center because, of course, with the way that they're dressed, you can't have other Rangers arrive there, right? So the Rangers have to go on to observe the viewing globe to find the teen ambassadors. Now we have other words being thrown in here. The teen ambassadors. I was thinking about saying that, but I'm like, ambassadors just seems really long to just say here consistently. Um, so Zordon is to say that the plan of Lord Zed is to take these teen ambassadors to transform them into evil power teens. Because of course that seems to be always Zed's plan, because that's the go-to thing that he keeps trying to do, that Dark Ranger thing over and over and over again, every single time. Still, it is to go on and obviously fail. He still goes on like, well, I'm just gonna keep doing this plan because it just sounds good. No, it doesn't. So, uh, so Zoran is depressed to Tommy how important that these kids need to go on and be saved. Really, just for the fact of this may go on and lead to some kind of world war crisis. If not, well, that's not what exactly he says, but like in my mind, that's what I'm thinking. Like, well, hey, like if any of these kids are to go on and be in to be at risk of death or what have, like, this can go on and just be catastrophic for the world. Catastrophic, Tommy. Do you even know what that means, son? uh, but he also goes on and states that world peace may depend on it, and that's basically what I've said here. So Zed is to go on and just be really just thinking that he's to go on and realize again how soon that he will go on and obtain those power coins, and uh, and that this ultimatum had already been delivered to them. Yada yada. So let's fast track here. So Bulk and Skull are now crawling around through this cave at a higher point to try and see if they can slip through the back still, and they're kind of going through some dangerous territory here. I think they may fall in, like, for how clumsy these two characters are. I would not have these two characters go rock climbing. I'm sorry. That's just me. So Tommy is to go on and have a plan uh, for how they're to go on and manipulate Goldar here. And while that's going on, uh, Jason is to be from afar being called by Zordon into morphing into action. So that's how they kind of work around that they can't just have Jason and Trini and Zach just always here, because you got to go on and figure out that it's like, well, hey, like now we need to go on and just kind of communicate them outside. Yeah, yeah. So, so all the Rangers morph here into action, and Tommy has the coin case with all the coins within it, similar to, of course, the Power Coins case before, when they were to go on and give up their parents and need to put all these coins in this coin case. Very reminiscent. So Tommy hands over the Power Coin case to Goldar, and the Power Rangers go on and state to Goldar, well, like, hey, you gotta release the hostages now, because that's what you agreed to when handing over these coins. And Goldar's like, why should I? Without the power coins, you're helpless. And Goldar also is to state that he never was to intend on releasing the hostages. And So the Power Rangers are go on to tell Goldar, it's like, well, hey, that's good because we never actually gave you legitimate power coins anyways. And Goldar is like, how dare you give me fakes? You'll pay for this. Yeah, you got duped, frickin' Goldar. So the putties appear, the Rangers go on and need to face off against these putties. And eventually Goldar is to vanish away with the putties. As of course, the Rangers make their way into this cave. So the teen leaders, we'll say now, are to realize like, oh my god, this is a rescue. And Tommy used to tell the guys, hey, the force field has been deactivated. You guys can all get out of this cave. So come to find out, as the Rangers are all going on to either be how proud they are that they were to go on and beat those putties, and how the guy from South Africa is to turn to Tommy, be like, well, hey, are you guys the Power Rangers? And Tommy's like, oh my god, you've heard of us? South Africa? Wow, we're really reaching some countries here, guys. And like, so, uh, so Bulk and Skull end up falling from the heights of which that they had gone on to plop down here, and they find the coined box, and the two of them boast about how they did it. Like, oh my god, like, but, uh, but then all of a sudden, as Skull is to take these coins and to just see how they're actually chocolate, the two of them go on and they start to consume these chocolate coins. Man, did the Power Rangers go on and make chocolate power coins? If not, they need to have had to have gone and done that. Good God, if they didn't, what a missed opportunity. Plus, I actually have my own set of power coins. I do, but then I don't have a legit like actual Power Rangers morpher. Like I have one that is to go on and just be very like a very small variation of a morpher, just because it was cheaper than getting an actual morpher. Which a lot of times the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers morphers ran like 100 and some odd bucks, and I was just like, I don't have that kind of money to really ever justify getting a morpher. And every once in a blue moon, the morphers would go on and be cheaper. Like the more recent ones, like the pink and the yellow and the those ones, the ones that are kind of pink and yellow and not the original looking ones, those kind of ran a little bit cheaper, but never could go on and get like a morpher that I saw just cheap enough uh, and reasonable enough to just have me just kind of jump on it. Um, but hey, at the end of the day, probably will never happen because they'll just never be cheap enough. It won't. Um, but I think that would go on and be like a grail or whatever. If toy hunters were to go on and say, "Yeah, I got a grail today," that would be like a holy grail thing of me obtaining a thing like that. Would just be like, "Oh my god, my life is complete." But then again, I think I'd have to go on and I'd have to get other Power Ranger weapons. I think obviously um, the Zeo staff weapon, I think from the Gold Ranger is a key weapon to get from Power Rangers. Is there another one that is to go on and be significant? Well, like obviously all the morphers would be fairly significant. The Dino Charge morphers, well, probably the Japanese one, not the American one, is to be fairly significant uh, in my mind. Because I'd like to just collect all the morphers regardless of season and what have you. But again, that'd be like if money were no object. If life if an item was just a thought away, yeah, that would definitively been the thing that I would go to. But anyways, let's further on and kind of try to finish this up as quickly as possible here. I'm sure anybody can go on and probably state what is to be their um, their go-to Power Ranger merchandise thing that they want to still obtain or are to have obtained in their collection. Maybe you have a helmet. Maybe you have I have a Green Ranger costume helmet that's to be very cheaply whatever, but hey, it looks like a helmet to me. That's all I ever wanted really was the Green Ranger helmet. I didn't care about anything else, any other helmets. To find that Lord Zed had a mask thing, a helmet thing, I'm like, wow, that looks cool. But I never really thought about it. Um, but anyways, moving on. Zed is to go on and state, my only chance is to create a monster so terrible it will destroy all of Angel Grove. That is to go on and be his legit plan. So we of course have Forehead that ends up becoming into play here. So the Rangers go on and assign Adam, Rocky, and Aisha to watch over the team leaders, and then of course Zordon and Alpha are to be aware of the Forehead threat, and how of course it had been made from, which is to of course been made from the Peace statue. So Zordon and still Alpha summon the Rangers at once. So uh Tommy, of course, is to get a good old jingle jangle for Alpha. So Tommy ends up turning to the team. It's like, well, hey, we got work to do. So of course they leave. So the Rangers are to go on to make their way, flipping into meeting up with Forehead here. So Tommy, with his Saba sword, is to go on and have the Rangers go into combining all their weapons together to make the Power Blaster to blast away this Forehead monster. To then go on and have Zed chuck his Zed potion to make Forehead big. To of course where the Rangers will be calling out for their Zords. And now we have a all-out battle going on between Forehead and the Zords because we still have to go on and do this sword battle. The White Tiger Zord ends up combining with all of the other Zords to make the Mega Tiger Zord, and I think Forehead here is to go on and say how he's not impressed, how he goes on and kind of mops the floor with these Zords, and how even the Tiger Megazord has no match against him. And like it's to start to go on and start to take down some of the Zords here. So Zordon is to cry out to Alpha to go on, and they need to bring out Tor, the Carrier Zord, to go on and eventually give this like Ultra Zord like attack thing to go on and try to defeat Forehead here. Also within these episodes, there to eventually also be the power cannon that ends up being put into this show, which of course will be really kind of a cool weapon, even though it's like big, freaking huge. It's big, freaking and huge. It's like having the Rangers just be carrying around a coffin. That's how big this thing is. It's ridiculous. So, uh, so Tor ends up coming to the fray here, and Forehead just kicks Tor and has him be flipped over. And so the red Dragon Zord comes in here and flips Tor over. And so Tor ends up going on and just kind of standing up here and then starts to blast its guns on to Forehead. And then the red Dragon Zord goes inside Tor. And we again have the energy of both Red Dragon Zord and Tor to try to go on and do a attack against Forehead, but that really doesn't do well enough. So we then have to combine every single bit of Zord together besides the White Tiger Zord to do the big, huge, like, Tor. Then all the Zords on top of it have to go on and go flying into the air as the Red Dragon Zord is to kind of have his arm just going to go spinning. And all of this is just going to go kaplow onto Forehead to crush him and destroy him. The statue reappears back at the summit here, and so now Adam, Rocky, and Aisha are to go on and tell Tommy, Kimberly, and just Tommy and Kimberly here how being a Power Ranger must be a big responsibility, and this and that, and so on and so forth. And yeah, so Billy is to go on and make everybody aware that this is the final day of the Teen Summit. But it seems that this was to go on and have the teen ambassadors realize that this was a huge success and what they have learned through their travels of being here. And they go on and on and on about all the things that they've learned. And then eventually this episode is to end. So let's get the F out of here and do the following next episode. So this is episode 6 now. Thank goodness. Because this is Z-Waves, a really entertaining piece. I'm to probably go on, even though how great this episode is, I have talked about this episode in the past. If at any point in time I've gone on and not thoroughly talked about this episode, I have talked about this episode in the past. So you can go on and look, obviously, through past videos and hear me talk about this episode, maybe more in depth, maybe better in a way for you to go on and be fascinated by it. But I've gone to state that I've talked about this in a previous video that I'm to just keep up on the channel because I might as well, because I need all the views that I can get. While also doing this series review. I was kind of kicking around at some point to just kind of delete all the older clips and just kind of keep just the series and just that's it. But I'm like, I don't think it really matters at this point. Like, I'm just going to go on and I'm going to do these episodes, and I can still just point to those previous things and just say, like, hey, this is probably my first time ever reaction of XYZ episode. Check that out, but you don't have to if you don't want to. So, Z-Waves. Come to find out, Aisha, Adam, and Rocky are to be involved in a triathlon. A triathlon that goes into swimming, biking, then finishing off with running. So, I am a little lost for words here. So, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here, because I don't remember this beginning part. Oh, again, here's where we go on and Billy, Rocky, or Billy, Tommy, and Billy are still going on, and they're talking about the about the peace conference, and maybe that Billy may go on and get picked. And Tommy's going on saying, well, hey, if Billy gets picked, what's going to happen to our team? And what if they pick you guys? Yeah, whatever. So, in all honesty, this whole peace conference thing is to really just to allude to, like, well, hey, like, if all these Rangers did not go on, and or if Billy, if David Yost, Jason David Frank, and Amy Jo Johnson didn't stick with the show and decided, like, well, hey, I want more money, like, they would have gone on and just replaced everybody. So this whole peace conference thing could just kind of go on and say, like, well, hey, if anybody goes on and it's to decide that they want to go on and they want to leave the show, then they could have changed any number of order of who was going to go on and leave the show. So they could have had every single person go on and leave the show, and they could have come up with someone to easily replace them, because all they needed now, once they got casted Aisha, Rocky, and Adam, then all they would have need to have gone on and done and been like, well, like we're gonna have these other Rangers slide in, and then the rest could just be easily replaced in a later date. So yeah, so regardless, so that would be all the more reason to just have Tommy and Billy and Kimberly just stay, because they knew they were getting replaced, uh, and nothing was ever going to happen if for whatever reason. Uh, but anyways, Lord Zed uh, is to go on and say, well, hey, well, the cat's away, the mice will play. Zed is to realize that there is a triathlon going on, so he's like, well, hey, there is another one of those ridiculous athletic competitions that they're going on and doing. And why can't I just go on and just enslave the world? Uh, Having them obey my every command. Man, I really need to go on and just do that now, don't I? I just need to go on and come up with a monster that will go on and just control the whole entire world. And that'll end up being Zed's plan. So, Bulk and Skull are oddly fishing while these triathlon athletes are making their way through uh, what is to be by Bulk and Skull's boat. And the idea of this device that both Bulk and Skull have is to measure these people's energies output to see if any of the energies output are to be abnormal from any number of these people, to maybe think they might be a Power Ranger. And so, while of course these guys are using this device and having these athletes come swimming by, all of a sudden, Skull is to realize that he is to all of a sudden have a fish be uh, really going on and like be pulling him here. So Skull is to go on and tell Bulk, it's like, well, hey, it feels like a whale. And so the two of them are desperately trying to just hold on to this fishing rod, and they go overboard. And they all of a sudden realize that the device that they were trying to use is now all of a sudden gone, because of course it is gone, because Zed had taken it to make it into a monster. So Zed ends up going on and waving his wand to create his broadcasting monster. And I believe the actual name of this monster is to actually be Beamcaster. But anyways, very much a good old fun monster that I really enjoy. It has one eye. It's great. It looks just like, I don't care what people are to think about this monster. That it's like it looks a little ugly. Whatever. I don't care. To me, I'm just like, you know what? I like this. It's cool. Um, Beamcaster here on the air. I've got the hits for you, and they're coming at you. So Beamcaster goes on, and it's to take its lightning rod of Z power, and it's to start to go on and use its beam casting ability to start to have a number of extras all become under the sway of Lord Zed, to where they're all going on and being zombified and otherwise crying out, "Hail Lord Zed!" Except for eventually when Skull becomes persuaded by this zombie thing of things, to where he's going on like, "Hail Lord Fred," which I loved. I thought I had a good kick out of that again, even though I remember it from before. I was like, man, this is still funny. Zordon and Alpha are to go on and seemingly find out that there's a monster on the loose. So Zordon is to say, well, we must contact the Power Rangers and inform them of Zed's latest scheme. Now, back at the triathlon, Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly are trying to go on to help Rocky, Atom, and Aisha kind of clean themselves off because they have to go on to go from swimming to now biking here. So our characters are here to try to thrust on a certain bit of clothing here, and Tommy's watch is to go off. So Alpha is to go on and say to Zordon that it seems that Tommy did not have the time or the ability to answer his signal. So you would think there'd be a number of other Rangers that you could probably go on and call, but I guess not. So Alpha is to go on in extremes and be like, Lord Zed is taking over the world while we sit here twiddling our thumbs. And so Alpha is to go on and like, well, hey, contact the Red Ranger, see if he answers. So Jason, Trini, and Zach, it seems, have been scuba diving yet again, or we end up going on and reusing old footage from other episodes, which I'm sure that's what we did. And we have Zordon that is to be calling Jason to have him come on in to Morph to face off against this threat. So the three Rangers, and look at the way that like the costumes are just kind of hanging off these people. Like, why are these costumes just they look so weird? It looks it like for the Red Ranger, it does not look like this costume fits him. And like maybe the Black Ranger it kind of does. Tree it looks like a little thin here. Like they cleaned this maybe too long and it shrunk. I don't know what's going on with this costume here. It looks very weird. But anyways, we again have Beamcaster that whips out its sword, or what I would assume to be its wand, but it is to really be a sword here, and is to take control of Zack, Trini, and Jason. That's it, dudes and dudettes. Keep that steady beat pounding. Back with Lord Zed. Soon every person on Earth will call me master. Yes, including the Power Rangers. Yeah, I'm sure, of course, including Power Rangers. Yeah, I'm sure. High five. We won this day. Uh, but it's also kind of hilarious how finally Zed had gone on to defeat every single one of the Power Rangers all in one fell swoop. No one else goes on and does that. No one else. That Alpha and Zordon have to go on and rely on civilians to help them out in this situation. That's how dire things get. So Rita didn't do that. Rita didn't do that. Nope, she didn't. She didn't beat every single one of the Power Rangers. There was always a time where there was to only be one Power Ranger left, and then the one Power Ranger turned the tide. Zed goes on and wipes out every single one of the Power Rangers, so now Alpha and Zordon are relying on Rocky, Adam, and Aisha to save the Power Rangers. That's unique. So, but Zed was in a perfectly good mood until Goldar ruined it. And so, Zed is to go on and tell Goldar to dispatch the putties for reasons I don't quite get why. So, the putties go on and make their way to face off against Tommy, Kimberly, and Billy. And Aisha, Adam, and Rocky are to go on and be on their bikes and realize that it seems that Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly are in trouble. So they decide to join them to help them face off against these putties. We go on here to really in the notable fight of putties. It looks like Billy is chucking a putty into a tree, but we also have to realize that this putty is to have hung from this tree, and it looks like Billy had chucked him up there. So stupid. Just why? Why are we chucking up putties into a tree? In reverse. Why? Whoa. This just looks so goofily done. I don't know why this has to happen. That we're chucking putties into trees now. Technically, but in reverse. So, uh, dang, when is Tommy gonna do the running up the tree thing and then he flips, but then there's no reason why he does that flip? Maybe that happens in the Monster Mash episode, where he goes on and does that, because that was so stupid to me. But moving on. So, after the putties are to be dispatched here, Tommy, Kimberly, and Billy talk to the triathlon teams, like, well, hey man, you didn't have to go on and you didn't have to help us, like, because really, like, you guys were probably not going to win this triathlon because you helped us. And Rocky and Adam and Aisha were like, no, 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 there was no other decision to make here, and yeah, we're gonna definitely help you guys out. So Zordon ends up giving Tommy a good old jingle, and so Zordon is to tell the Rangers to make their way to Command Center. So Rocky ends up telling the rest of the group, hey, maybe we should go back into the triathlon to see if we can go on and kind of get close. So Billy, Kim, and Tommy make their way to the Command Center to go on and find out about Beamcaster. So finding out that this monster has the ability to send hypnotic Z waves at humans, which enables him to send hypnotic Z waves to humans, which I just said. So far, no one has been able to stop him, not even half of your team, because they suck. So of course they wouldn't be able to. Uh, but anyways, uh, man, like, for some goofy reason, I was at the real tail end of here, so there's a lot of times like I just kept clipping the same bit of things because maybe I have no idea what I was doing. So here is where Beamcaster goes on and takes control of Bulk and Skull here. And here's where Skull ends up saying Lord Fred instead of Lord Zed. It's great. So Beamcaster also goes on to try to take over a number of the people that are at the triathlon, even the judges. So, as we see in the distance, Trini, Zach, and Jason all to be controlled and zombified here. So, Tommy ended up going on to tell Billy at some point that he needs to go on and make some device that is to probably counter what is going on here. And so Billy goes on to quickly make this device, but Billy doesn't quite know if it's going to exactly be ready in time for it to actually work. And Tommy tells Billy, it's like, we just can't wait at this point. We just have to go on and hope that this works. So the Rangers all go off to leave here, and Zordon reminds the Rangers that they have to stay away from Beamcaster's wave, uh, or you too will become puppets. Yeah, I'm gonna make you my puppet. So the Rangers go on to morph, make their way to face off against Beamcaster, and we go on to have Beamcaster that is to do his wave upon the Rangers, which then goes on to have the Rangers try to dodge this attack. But when they go on and dodge this attack, this all of a sudden leaves the device out of both Billy and Kim's hands, to then need to have them realize they need to get to the machine. And then all of a sudden they realize that the zombified Angel Grovians, that's even a word, is to come ever so close to both Billy and Kimberly that it's like, well, hey, we can't get to the machine. Billy's realizing that the people are to go on and make their way to the two of them and wreck the machine. So this whole machine thing was possibly all for naught, as these zombified people are surrounding both Billy and Kim, and they soon will go on and get Z-waved and then controlled. Tommy, the only one left uh, to have to face this monster off alone. Alpha and Zordon are realizing that this is a big catastrophe at this point. Man, honestly, that at some point you gotta realize that some of these Mighty Morphin Power Ranger images, um, they're just so cool. They're so cool. Um, just seeing like the Power Rangers is just zombies here, and just seeing Alpha and Zordon by this viewing globe. Just some of the just cool visuals of the show that I think a lot of people just kind of just throw away like they're nothing. But I like them. I like the visuals. Anyways, almost 3.5 hours here, and I'm talking about visuals now. I've ran out of things to compliment the show on. Anyways, Alpha realizes that this is a catastrophe, that everyone's been hypnotized except for the White Ranger at this point. Without the Blue Ranger's device, there is no way for them to go on and finally to have a chance for them to go on and beat Lord Zed here. As Zordon is to go on and say, maybe this is finally a monster that the Rangers cannot beat. And so Tommy is now all on his lonesome here as he's facing off with Beamcaster. And Beamcaster is to have these pieces of dynamite here, or explosives. He at first is to go on and have this explosive that is to be this apple, and then he lights it and chucks it at the White Ranger. White Ranger continues to try to dodge all of these attacks. He's like, "Whoa, all right, whoa, nice try, but the joke's but your jokes are so old." And Tommy continues to try to duck and dodge all these dynamite pieces that are becoming flying at him. So finally, after some time here, finally, the Beamcasters to go on like, well, hey, like all these explosives, they're doing nothing to the White Ranger. How would I go on and finally say that it's time for us to do some broadcasting here? Because my playlist, and it's time to change the tune here. Uh, da, 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 Here's the lyrics, and so very very weird jux of sentence here, and I probably kind of missed something. So Tommy ends up getting Z-waved, and he ends up getting controlled, realizing that this is the last ditch effort for the Power Rangers. Sadly enough, so Rocky, Aisha, and Adam are still at the triathlon all by themselves, who have not have gotten Z-waved yet. So they all of a sudden are to go on and find Billy's device, and there seems to be a number of people that are going on to realize that since these three characters have this device, that they may go on and be allies of the Power Rangers, so they need to go on and attack them. All three of the teens teleport to the command center. Uh, all the teleportation things don't have them be anything but all white here, which I thought was cool. So I'm like, okay, so they don't go on and they have them be red, yellow, and black yet. They're all just white teleporting. I thought that was a good, clever idea here. So Zordon brought the three characters here to try and bring them to safety, as it seems that the power of Lord Zed will control the city. So Aisha's to cry out that there's something that they can do here. And so when looking at this device and this being the only thing that could have stopped the Beamcaster, Aisha then goes on to look at it and she is to state that, well, hey, like, I can probably go on and I can fix this machine because I had worked at some radio station uh, prior to this. And so maybe I can go on and I can fix this machine. So Aisha goes on to fix the machine, and then she points the machine at the viewing globe. So they don't go out in the city, they just bizarrely use the viewing globe here to uh, have this go on and free the Power Rangers from this beam uh, beam's ray. So I thought that this was kind of like, why aren't the three of these people, why didn't they go on and make their way back to Angel Grove to physically see the Rangers and to one by one need to zap them to bring them back here? But mm, I guess writing wise they just didn't want to do that. It just seemed easier to do it this way. But also, it's amazing how they can fit all those Rangers in the viewing globe perfectly. Uh, Luckily, I guess, right? So Aisha realizes that the machine is not quite strong enough to work, and so Zordon is like, "Well, hey, I'm going to use my powers to be able to help this machine be even stronger." And so Aisha and Rocky are struggling to hold this machine together, but it goes on to work. It seems that all of the Rangers are to be back to normal, and they are to be teleported back to the command center. So, uh, because all the Rangers seem to be back to normal, uh, the reason why Zorna, of course, is to get back the Rangers back to command center just to keep them safe and to let the Rangers know it's like, well, hey, this guy is kind of taken over all of Angel Grove. So, but luckily we have your friends to thank for kind of freeing the freeing you guys all. So, uh, we have the Power Rangers make their way back to action here, and this time around there isn't any way to have the Rangers have some kind of like defensive measure to go up against this Beammaster. Like, what if they go on and they use this Beammaster attack yet again? Um, God, what is really going on here? I have no clue. Uh, no clue. Uh, let's kind of fast forward to this part. So, I think at one point they tried to use the device on Beamcaster, uh, and then of course we go on to have the Rangers combining all the weapons together to attack Beamcaster here, and then afterwards, um, let me pause here for 1 second. Get a little lost here. All right, so I was to just kind of get kicked out at one point, and I had gone on and started another video where I had talked about quite a bit of these episodes. I was up to like I think part two. I think almost of the power transfer is where I was at, and then this whole entire thing just kicked me out. And then I was like, really? Okay. So I have to go on and to recount the things that I'd gone on and stated from a previous video that is no longer existing because it got eaten uh, because it just got completely just wiped. So that's great. Got to just keep myself calm and just continue on here. So, from trying to figure out where I was by the end of the last video that seemed to have stuck around, let's go on and try to finish where exactly I was and have to repeat myself for a number of minutes here, because I've already said all of this. So, uh, Zach and Aisha are to, of course, go on use this device to go on and bring the Rangers back to Copacetic here, to where they are working back with Zordon and Alpha, and to not be in control of Beamcaster, to where they go on and teleport back to the command center. And Zordon is to alert the Rangers that all of Angel Grove has been under the control of Beammaster, even themselves. And here's also the thing. Couldn't have Alpha have gone on and had this device all along, and all Alpha would have had to have gone and done is teleported the device to the command center, and then Alpha could have gone on and done this Alpha self, instead of going on and having uh, the the need of Rocky, Adam, or Aisha here. Just a thought, but that's just maybe me. So the Rangers make their way back to face off against Beamcaster, and I believe this is where Billy ends up using the device upon Beamcaster here. And after a number of explosives are to go on and be thrown in the Power Rangers' way, and then at one point one of the explosives are to be thrown back, finally figuring out what is going on here, because I think the first run that I had of this, I was just like, I don't know what's going on here. I have no idea what's going on. So eventually the Rangers all decide to combine their weapons into the Power Blaster to then wipe out this monster, which of course, the sword or wand is to have been dropped by, of course, Beamcaster, and then the monster is to go on and fall, and every person who is under the hypnotizing beam of anyone in Angel Grove is to go on and be free here. We again have Zed, who slams his hand onto this balcony, and it's like, man, we really just see so many bits of Zed's footage that is to be recycled here. It's freaking annoying and lazy. I'm just like, god dang, like, you guys could not have gone on and like have had me not state that they only shot X number of footages, and then they're like, okay, that's good enough for the show. Let's recycle this like over and over and over again. I can't wait for them to go on and have like original, like more creatively used footage from episode to episode, besides this garbage that is just be recycled over and over again. Next time the Power Rangers, you will be mine. Yeah, I'm sure. Whatever, just whatever at this point. So, Rocky, Adam, and Aisha are to go back to their triathlon, and it seems that the cruxing of all of this will be that if Adam, Aisha, and Rocky will win this triathlon, because that really matters. It doesn't. It just matters that they did one. So, the news reporters to go on to mention that the very last bit of this triathlon, of course, is to be running. And so, Kim, Tommy, and Billy are to be at the finish line waiting for their three friends to meet them to finish this triathlon. So, as the three friends do go on and finish their triathlon, Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly are to go on and be saying like, well, hey man, it's so bad that you guys didn't go on to win this triathlon, but the but Aisha, Rocky, and Adam were just like, well, hey, we were just so happy that we were going on and just being a part of this triathlon. Like winning wasn't a factor to us, and also helping you guys out was way more important. And that's how they go on and wrap up this episode, with like a good with a good moral message of like, well, hey, it's not winning, it's just like finishing is all they wanted to do. So now, part one of the power transfer. Hopefully, we can go on and kind of finish this up way freaking quicker than last time. So we have a number of phone booths being taken up. If people remember what phone booths are, it's been a while. And there are rare cases that phone booths actually do exist. But so these phone booths are to go on and to be smothered by a number of people that are all to go on and be in different languages speaking to go on and let us know who, of course, are to be the 3 Angel Grove teens chosen for the peace conference. So the newspaper covers this, and the telly covers this as well. Kimberly, Tommy, and Billy go on to be at the youth center, and they're watching the TV and finding out who exactly will be chosen for this peace conference. We'll probably easily quite figure it out with the ones that are not to be consistently on this channel or on this show consistently, because we have to consistently write them out. Jason, Aisha, Jason, Trini, and Aisha. Jason, Zach, and Trini are all leaving the show. Shocker, right? Shocker. I thought it was gonna be Billy. I was thinking like, man, it's gonna be Billy. It's gonna suck. They're gonna lose their tech guy. While that's going on, we have both Bulk and Skull that are going on to eat Swedish chocolates, thinking that they're gonna be the ones chosen. Yeah, not so much. So, the three teens are to go on it and turn to one another like, wow, this is so incredible. Like, and Ernie is to go on and ask where exactly Jason, Zach, and Trini actually are. So it seems that Kimberly knows, so they're going to go on and run to meet them and hug them all and let them know they're going to Switzerland. All we see is these shadowy figures and the sunlight and F of nothing else at all. So Zed is to go on and say, like, well, hey, if that is the go on and be some way to get rid of these Power Rangers, then hey, like I could destroy the rest of the world with my eyes closed. So, or I can destroy the rest of the Rangers with my eyes closed. So, Lord Zed is to go on and realize that he is to go on to have a new plan in place for his newest demon of destruction, and it will destroy the Power Rangers by itself. So, here's the goofy thing here. So, there are so many times that there are so many crisis things that happen, and an alarm doesn't go off in the command center. But in outer space, we have Zed going on and tinkering with a dragon monster somewhere out there, and the bells and whistles go off in the command center. This makes no freaking sense. It's just whatever. But we have the Rangers going on and reuniting here in the command center, and so Zordon is to go on and state that there was thousands of students to have participated in this whole peace conference thing, and Jason, Trini, and Zach had been selected. That there's a possibility that these 3 can go on and to save the world in quite a different way here. And they're, of course, needing to go to Switzerland. Here's where Zach goes on and looks at everybody like, "Oh, thanks," and that's about all he says here. So, the alarms start to go off here, and the three go on and turn and like, well, hey, what is it, Zordon? So Alpha goes on to let the Rangers know that out of the outer space thing, there's an indication that Zed has become energizing some sort of massive weapon. There's the Serpentera. Just letting everybody know. Unfortunately, as Zordon is to say, Serpentera has gone on to be finally completed, and he has kind of waited for this for the Rangers to go on and be chosen to separate them to be at their weakest moment. And once the three Rangers have gone to depart, uh, half of the Power Ranger strength will be gone. So, with going on and realizing that, the Rangers again have to go on and realize that that they still have the ability to have this new awesome toy called Tor, and it will protect them while they're in their Zords. Because to do one more goddamn commercial of this toy thing, and to find out what exactly this Tor thing does and what it does, and it protects, and it's just whatever. Yeah, it's a shield thing. So, uh, so here is where Zordon starts to go on and talk about the power transfer. And how they need to go on and find 3 new Rangers to go on and take the place of Jason, Zach, and Trini here. That this is the best possible answer for this problem. So, Tommy ends up getting in front of his fingers this map and this finger for Zach, Trini, and Jason to go on their last mission with of course Billy, Tommy, and Kimberly to this deserted planet for them to go on and have it be galaxy light years away, and they'll have to get teleported by Alpha to go to this deserted planet. And so you would think with Jason, Zach, and Trini, there is to be no hesitation about them power transferring away their powers whatsoever. They're just to easily go on and just like, okay, sure, yeah, like I might as well just go on and have this just happen. They have nothing to say about this. They are just allowing it to happen because, of course, they can't say anything because they can't because they're leaving the show in technicality. So, and they're going to Switzerland. So, like, what a grand prize, right? So the Rangers morph and teleport their way to the deserted planet. Goldar ends up going on to let Zed know what is going on with the Rangers, that they have made their way to the farthest galaxy. And Zed is like, well, what are they going to the farthest galaxy for? Well, I guess they must be going to the Sword of Light. They must be trying the power transfer. All right. We have the Sword of Power, now we have the Sword of Light. How many freaking swords do they have out there that exists? Good God, show. So, because of course, uh, Zed realizing that there's a possibility that they could be choosing 3 new Rangers to do this power transfer thing, Zed is to go on and decide that Babu and Squat need to go on and deliver a sleep device that is to make the entire Angel Grove, as well as anywhere else, to fall to sleep. So that way no one can go on and have a power transfer because everyone will go on and be asleep. So Babu and Squat go on to make their way down to Angel Grove to concoct this sleep device, and Babu falls over. Squat grabs Babu and has them both teleport out of there before they end up getting under the gaze of this sleep device. So almost everybody starts to get a little bit of sleepy, a little bit snoozy, and they fall over and die. I'll sleep. No. I'm sure they're okay. Goldar and Lord Zed are in Serpentera, just having a good old time. So, since now Zed is within Serpentera, he's to state how famous or infamous he's going to go on and be. And of course, they need to make their way to the deserted planet. So, Zed is hoping he's going to go on and wipe out the universe here. And also, along with the Sword of Light. Maybe he should go in and actually try to get to the Sword of Light before the Rangers do, so he can obtain the Sword of Light, so maybe he can use this against the Rangers. Just a good idea. Just a good idea. So, here's the thing. When Serpentera lands on this deserted planet, and there's this thing that Serpentera goes on and does, where I don't quite understand exactly what Serpentera is doing. That is to go on and, like, it seems that they, like, I would assume Serpentera, like, is to blast this moon, and then this moon hits this weird upside down pyramid looking thing, and then the pyramid thing starts to just kind of just rotate. And I'm like, what the heck is this doing? I have no idea why this is doing the thing that it does. But I'm assuming in some way, what Zed is trying to do here is to go on and figure out a way to wipe out this planet. And I just don't quite understand why exactly there's this weird, goofy, um, like like Serpentera to this thing to that thing to like, isn't he trying to wipe out the planet? Isn't he trying to destroy this thing? Like, I'm trying to figure this out. If there is an expert of any kind that knows what exactly is going on with what Serpentera is really doing here, let me know in the comments below. Or maybe there is somewhere there is a video that actually logically actually does explain what's going on here. And maybe I can go on and watch that video and be like, okay, I can get what's going on here. But until that day comes, I have no idea what Serpentera is doing here. So, if anything, if you do not understand what Serpentera is freaking doing here, because I'm not well explaining it, check out the episode. Because I'm just like, I don't understand what the shimmy and shack of Serpentera is going on and doing here. What the like? I'm just thinking that Serpentera is blasting the planet, and then the planets just start to just further destroy itself here. That's all I'm thinking. That's all I want to know. That's all I think I should know. So, as the Rangers make their way to this deserted planet, they are to go on and look at this map and realize that there is a statue that they need to go on and find. Billy turns to the Rangers like, well, hey, at least there's going to be no traffic for us to get around, right? High five, guys. Yeah. How about they should have gone on and actually had, like, where were their, didn't they have motorcycles, this team? Like, didn't they have all motorcycles at one point? Shouldn't they have gone on and dusted those bad boys out? Yeah, they did have motorcycles, right? I'm not stupid, right? Like, like, if you want to go on and bring those things out to just have them just ride out and try and get to this statue, it would make all the sense in the world. But yeah, they just don't do that for whatever reason. So they find the map of the statue, they look at it, and while that's going on, Serpentera is making its way onto this deserted planet. Jason goes on to let the Rangers know that he's going to go on and try to distract Serpentera and call for his Zord to buy the Rangers some time here. So, back on Earth, Rocky, Aisha, and Atom are to transfer to Angel Grove High because this makes a lot of sense. Like, you can't go on and have two different stories with two different parts of this team in two different schools. It doesn't make any sense. They have to arrive at Angel Grove, and plus, also this, in all honesty, is to be the only real school that actually exists on the show. Ironically enough, I'm honestly kind of interested to see, like, if this environment is to actually go on and actually be a school, or maybe this environment is to go on and be like a place where they film school stuff, and maybe it's going to be used in other projects or other things, which would be kind of be interesting to see if that was a an occurrence, or maybe they would go on to possibly film this stuff um, at a school that, of course, would be just kind of not used, of course, during a certain time of the year or something along those lines. But then again, also for how this show is to film as much as it does, like you would have to think that like there would be no way that they could have gone on and just um like not have this school available to them and whatever via all the time that they're shooting here. So this must be some kind of just movie or show school, uh or an abandoned school or something that they just have just to shoot stuff in. Or maybe they just kind of created this whole set. Who knows? Uh, there could be any number of money that they probably spent on this show, as well as also putting together the command center and all the stuff that they have to put together for this freaking show. So, but also thinking about it, like the number of just sets that they just do for the show, and then a lot of times, like the show is just like shot in this parks and whatever. Um, so yeah, as uh, Rocky, Aisha, and Adam are to possibly make their way to lunch. Aisha is to go on and want to open up her locker. Bulk and Skull try to help her, and immediately they know who she is. Funny enough, in I think Turbos or the later seasons, when uh, we find other people rotating in to be other Rangers, it seems that Bulk and Skull don't take the time to really know who these people are, or it really takes a lot of time for them to go on and know their names. Which I'm kind of curious if that was to go on and who made that choice. Like, I guess you kind of have to realize that Bulk and Skull could not quite figure out who all of these characters are right away. Um, but then again, also it probably makes a lot of sense that maybe Bulk and Skull didn't care who they were, and the characters, not the actual actors, um, to remember who they were and what have you. So like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'd probably have to go and really watch those later episodes to possibly uh understand why the show made that decision, or uh whoever chose to write it that way. But so the sleeping gas makes its way to Bulk and Skull as Rocky, Adam, and Aisha are to fall down to collect some of the items that are to be coming out of this locker. Bulk and Skull fall fast asleep and fall over, and Adam, Aisha, and Rocky are to stay at this ducked position as Alpha teleports the three teens out of there. So we have Zordon that goes on to state to these three teens that we need your help again. And so Zordon goes on and explains that the Rangers are to be on a mission. And Alpha is to go on and explain that the cloud that the three teens had gone on to see is a sleep cloud. And it is to be happening all over Angel Grove. And that there seems to be a device that is to be by the park. And that Alpha will go on and teleport the three teens here to go on and try and destroy this device once they get there, once they are teleported there. So Alpha is a state that the device is to go on and have its cloud uh, start in a certain direction. So uh, so Alpha is going to specifically teleport the three of them in the opposite direction, so it won't be going and hitting them. It'll go on and be kind of going away from them. So here is where we go back to the deserted planet, where Jason is be calling for his Red Dragon Zord. And he calls for his Zord, and the rest of the Zords are to be on this platform, and they are to be flying their way to distract Serpentera. Funny enough, Lord Zed ends up calling the Zords that would be on this platform mosquitoes. It's funny. So Zed ends up stating to the Red Ranger that he's wasting his time, and Goldar, again, his face is just of nightmares. Like, what the did they do with his face? Goldar ends up needing to be told by Zed that on Earth, it seems that there's to be some teens that are trying to go on and destroy the sleep machine. So Zed is to go on and tell Goldar that they need to go on and send out the putties to stop these three teens. So the three teens teleport. They try to make their way to the sleep device, and they are to be stopped by these putties. Rocky, Adam, and Aisha try to go on and take down these putties, but eventually they end up getting chained to this tree because their weakness, again, is chains. So Zed and Goldar are to go on and face off against the Red Dragon Zord and consistently go on and take it down to the point of now Jason cries out for Tor. Tor ends up appearing galaxies away, as well as also having us rationally assume that it's like, okay, how is it that the Zords all appear? But we always have to go on and realize that the Rangers just have these Zords anywhere that they can go, and even a galaxy far, far away is to not just be so something that these Zords can't just appear and get to these Rangers. So, the Red Ranger makes his way into Tor to protect itself, but Serpentera goes on and crushes Tor, to the point of us realizing that there is no way that the Red Ranger can go on and be able to defend himself against Serpentera all that well. So the Rangers are all trying to figure out where exactly this statue is to then finally go on and find it. So all the Rangers make it around this statue and they try to pull. Jason makes his way back, realizing that the Zords um, trying to face off against Serpentera was all for naught. And so now it's a race against time for the Rangers to get this sword to get the F out of here, as Serpentera is trying to go on and destroy this planet. So, um, here is where we go on to find out how just like at some point Serpentera like is to be so big, but yet really doesn't have a lot of power to it. Really, at some points, if it goes on and is to just use certain amount of bursts, that eventually you'll go on and need to recharge, which forces uh, stopping points for Serpentera. And Zed is going to be upset with Goldar, like, well, hey, why aren't we going on and destroying this planet? And Goldar is to explain it's like, well, hey, uh, we have to go on and we have to recharge. So mm, I think what's happened. That's what happens here. Oh, no. Wait. So, Zed tries to go on and tries to use this bigger blast to try to destroy the planet. And Golar's like, well, hey, if we use this blast, we'll have to go on and we'll have to recharge afterwards. And Zed is like, well, hey, if you won't do it, I'll do it myself. And so he goes on and does it. And then after they do this blast, they have to wait to get recharged. So, to try and take out the planet. So, the Rangers are pulling the statue. And Alpha and Zordon back on Earth are realizing that the Rangers are in terrible danger, but there's nothing they can really do. So, Zordon, all he can go on and state that, well, hey, the Rangers need to try to figure out how to obtain this sort of light. They need to get it. And also, Alpha at this point has realized that the putties have captured Rocky and friends, and there's nothing that they can do with that either. Man, if they can go on and just call up Ninja or somebody just to... Man, there are times that I wish that Alpha and Zordon had allies that they can just call to. If the Rangers are just downtown Milky Way goddamn somewhere. Like, I wish they can go on and have a number of allies on this planet to just consistently call. Just like, well, hey, let's send Ninja out there. Let's send Trey of Triforia, or let's send so-and-so character that we just know is nearby, and we can just kind of bring them in to just help with these situations and just and let them be just for an episode. But then again, also that is to be just kind of further down the distance of characters to use. It seems that at some point a Ninja was actually going to be used in Cosmic Fury, but I guess that never happened. Probably because the rights of the character, and probably Mac was a lot cheaper, right? Mac was probably a lot cheaper. And then also, I'm sure to toss together the Ninja costume, man, would that have gone on and been sweet. But sadly enough, like, I guess the Cosmic Fury show is probably trying to cut corners also. But man, would have Ninja have been sweet to use in Cosmic Fury. From what I've heard through the grapevine, a lot of people were saying that Ninja could have been in Cosmic Fury. But instead, he was replaced by Mac. Why? Is that equal in any way? How is Ninja equal to Mac? I've never seen Ninja Steel, but I don't really want to. But I just don't see Mac as an equal to Ninja. I'm sorry for the actor, and I'm sorry for the actor, or whatever, and just like, it's great for that person to get that opportunity, and it's. I hope it was a good check that they were given, but just like, and it's awesome to have this character to be brought back, so that way they can go on and get some good, like Comic-Con signings and whatever, but I'm just like, why Mac of all people? You could have brought back any number of characters. Why Mac of all people? I don't care of how this character might have been used in the later seasons and even in Dino Furies and whatever, how he was, I think, probably brought back in the show. I don't care. Logically, in my brain, I'm just like, why Mac consistently in my brain? But so, I'm sorry if you Mac fans out there, but maybe at some point I'm to probably go on and watch whatever, or if I'm to go on and watch Ninja Steel, I'm to figure out that answer. So maybe I'm to eat crow at some point, to like, hey, Mac is not that bad of a guy, but I just don't understand why he was used in Ninja Steel. Probably besides him just being a Red Ranger. Whatever. I guess because he was a mentorish character, if you think about it. Because if you look at Billy, mentor. Mac, mentor. a number of like Heckle. Like he was just kind of like a sixth ranger-ish like character or whatever. That I think they end up they ended up using him in did they use him in Dino Charge? Super Dino Charge? Somewhere? I don't think he ever became the Dark Ranger, did he? Or did he become the Dark Ranger in that show? I don't know, I'll have to go on and I'll have to watch Dino Charge in its completion because I never watched Dino Charge in its completion. I know Heckle is a character in that show. I obviously had watched to a point where Heckle was on the show, but again, I didn't finish Dino Charge, so I don't know what happened with Heckle by the end of that show. But I know he was introduced in the comic books as a Dark Ranger, so at least I know that. But I didn't watch what happened in the tail end of Dino Charge. But I watched enough of it to know good enough about it. I should move on. Sorry. This is almost probably 4 hours now that I've probably been talking all together when I'm going to fuse these clips together. But whatever, these videos are going to be as long as they just need to be, just for me to just justify that, like, hey, I'm talking about all these episodes and I'm doing this thing here. So you guys can watch these however you want to watch them. It's okay. I know I'm not good at this. I should be better, but I'm not. I'm never going to be. But at least I'll go on and just be happy that I'll be doing Power Rangers. At least I'll be doing these videos, and I'll like them. I'll be happy that I'm doing them, regardless of how much also how challenging they are, and how also how long they take. But anyways, so I'm probably also talking a lot here because I'm stalling, because I don't know exactly where I am. Oh, here's where we are. So, and this is really just end this episode. So, Lord Zed is to go on and be in Serpentera and is going to say that long last victory is mine. The entire universe trembles before Lord Zed. Goodbye, Power Rangers. To be continued. The Power Transfer, Episode 2. Rocky, Aisha, Adam, I'm so sick of saying this now, are to be tied in this tree. And Rocky is to have the soccer ball, and Aisha's like, well, hey, there's no time for soccer here. What are you doing? So Adam, it seems to have this plan, and is to want Rocky to make his way behind the tree, and Adam is to go on and shout, "Go, Rocky, run away!" And one of the putties who is to go on and luckily conveniently have the keys is to make its way close to both Adam, Aisha, and Rocky here. So Adam goes on and kicks this soccer ball, hitting exactly square in the Z of this putty that has this key. This key falls seemingly near Adam. Adam uses his foot to get the key near to him, unlocking all of the Rangers here to then go on and face off against these putties. The putties all end up getting taken out, and so they end up kicking around the soccer ball. Adam goes on to kick the soccer ball to destroy the sleep device. The sleep device goes on and falls to the ground and disintegrates. So so Rocky, Adam, and Aisha, they celebrate, and so Aisha and Adam, they just smack cheeks together, and that was kind of funny. I like that. That was really just kind of like, man, like these guys are really going in. They're really getting to a groove, and they're like really like kind of really chipping away, I feel, from who they were when they got here on the show. Like, we're really seeing these characters grow before our very eyes. So we're back at the deserted planet. These Rangers are still trying to yank this sword out of the statue. And finally, at a point, Billy realizes that this map also has a ring on it. So he's like, well, it seems that this statue has this finger that you could probably put a ring on. How about we go on and we try that? So immediately once they put this ring on it, like Beyonce does, all of a sudden the sword starts to glow, and the Rangers can now grab the sword and they get the flock out of there. So at this point, Zed's strategy is just be like, hey man, let's try to figure out how to just destroy this planet. We need to figure out how to destroy this planet so that way the Rangers don't get out of here with the Sword of Light. But by that time, Jason is a call out for Alpha to teleport the heck of them out of there. That's even a word to have gone on and said it. Believe me, I've talked for way too long now. My apologies. So, Zed is to go on and think that he had gone on to destroy the Power Rangers, and he is to assume that the Earth is all his. But he is wrong. Alpha is to go on and one by one teleport the Rangers back to the command center. And Zordon is to tell Alpha to isolate their wavelengths. So one by one, the Rangers are to be teleported here. But of course, Billy is to be the only one really taking off his helmet. I'm sure there's probably a reason why. So, because he's the only one to have a real bit of dialogue here. So, Billy is going on and trying to help Alpha try and teleport all the rest of the Rangers here, specifically Tommy, who's to be the only one with the actual sword here. So, Tommy goes on to reemerge back to the command center. And so Tommy goes on to tell Zordon that they have the sword. And it's like, all right, that's good. So Zordon is to go on to explain to the Rangers that there's a possibility that Zed's next plan is to take Serpentera and invade Earth with it. And Billy is to go on and explain to Zordon, it's like, well, yeah, like it seemed that Serpentera is a really formidable challenge to us. And like it can go on and destroy a whole entire city. And Zach, Jason, and Trini are going on and saying, "Oh well, hey, like Trini is kind of replaying some lines or whatever that she was said before," and Trini turns to Zordon and says, "Like, well, hey, there has to be another way." And Zordon tells Trini, Zach, and Jason uh, that they're always going to carry the spirit of being Power Rangers, but unfortunately, they're not going to be Power Rangers that long. But just look at the Once and Always special, and then you would think otherwise. So, Zordon is to explain to the Rangers that they have to go on and help the world in a different way now, and retrieving the Sword of Light was Jason and Zach and Trini's last quest, because they were, of course, successful. So, now, of course, Zordon is to go on and bring in Aisha, uh, Rocky, and Adam so they can go on and do the power transfer. So Tommy holds up the sword, and the sword becomes gold and different. And he goes on to do the power transfer, having, of course, Jason, Zach, and Trini to all have their helmets back on themselves. And now Aisha, Adam, and Rocky are to all have their costumes on themselves. So we go on to teleport Jason, Zach, and Trini to leave, so that way they can get rid of them. And we go on to have the rest of the Rangers who can take their helmets off go on to do so. And they all get in a circle together, and they all are to go on and do the usual shtick that they go on and do all the time, to do their cowabunga kind of thing. So they go on, they get their hands in, and uh, they of course have to be welcomed aboard and all this kind of stuff. So Zed is going on and making his way to Earth with Serpentera. Uh, Zed is to be asking Golar what exactly is happening, and Zed is like, "Hey, we should be on Earth by now." And Golar is telling Zed this is as fast as they can go, and they had used up quite a bit of power to destroy that planet. So Zed is to need to go on and conjure up some kind of monster to have the Power Rangers face off against it. So they end up conjuring a monster called Silverhorns that seem to have some kind of mucus thing going on here. So Silverhorn is to be conjured up here, and supposedly the horns of this monster would suck up the very life of the Power Rangers. So Alpha and Zordon are to alert the Rangers of this crisis, and so they have to go on and make their way back into action. So the Power Rangers try to take on, of course, this monstrous threat, which is Silverhorns. What a stupid name. What a stupid name. But I guess it makes sense for the actual monster to name it this way. But it's just what could they figure out what to really call this thing? So, uh, this Silverhorn is to go on and do so many waves and blasts of energy of all kinds that eventually it is to kind of fire into a bunch of the Rangers here. And then eventually putties are to be summoned to where, of course, the Power Rangers are to take them all down. So at this point, Zed's plan is to really just realize that he's going to try and tick the Power Rangers off at this point, because, of course, this monster is to be a gigantic tick, is what it really actually is, but it's just called Silverhorns. It makes no sense. Why not just call it the Tick Monster, or Tick Man, or something that ties into the actual tick thing and just instead of Silverhorns? Whatever. I guess it's to a lot of people maybe more interesting just to call it Silverhorns instead of Tick Monster or whatever. It's just so simplistic. Uh, but anyways, uh, so as uh, Zed is to have gone on and realized that the Power Rangers are back in town, and they had gone on to be able to transfer the powers and everything like that. Zed is to be just quite upset at this point that the Rangers had gone on to be able to do everything that they were set out to, and also to have been able to make it out of the deserted planet the way they did. Because Zed didn't know. He was just to go on and just make his way back to Earth because he thought that that deserted planet had destroyed the Rangers. So now that, of course, Zed is to go on and be quite upset with the fact that he has again failed, but at least he had gone on to destroy a deserted planet. Give him credit for that at least. Give him some street cred for Lord Zed destroying a deserted planet. So Zed goes on and chucks out his. So we get another thing that Zed is to go on and accomplish here: destroy a deserted planet. Wow, what a goal that is! So Zed goes on to throw his potion to make Silverhorns gigantic here. So of course we are forced to have our Power Rangers call for their Zords yet again. So Silverhorns is to go on and take on the Red Dragon Zord in its man form, as its battle form. And I'm like, okay, what why is it that the Red Ranger is just by himself? A little confused here. Um and so the Red Ranger goes on and spins its arm consistently to have this attack just try and take out Silverhorns here, as Serpentera is to go on and arrive. So Tommy realizes that that attack that Rocky had gone on to do uh, had not be the definitive attack to take out. Uh, had definitively been able to take out Silverhorns here. Yeah, we realize that Silverhorns is still alive. Yeah, we get it. I effed up there. And also, Serpentera is making his way onto planet Earth. So Tommy calls for his Zord. He gets inside of it. Uh, so, uh, uh, Silverhorns is to go on and try to take down the White Tiger Zord in battle mode. And Toro is to be called here. So the rest of the Rangers are to go on and call for their Zords, and is to go on and do the Ultra Zord like attack here, where all the Zords end up on its platform, attaching to Toro, and then the White Tiger Zord is within inside Toro. So they end up doing their big, huge kind of jump and crash attack on Silverhorns to destroy it, because that is to be the definitive way to destroy this monster. So Zed turns to Golar and realizes that they don't have enough power to go on and face the Rangers yet. So they've arrived on Earth, but there's nothing that they can really go on and do yet. So, uh, considering there's not much that Serpentera can go on and do, the both of them just decide to make their way back to the palace, because Serpentera is to go on and not quite be all that powerful yet. And so Zed is to go on and claim that he will return to destroy them all. So Serpentera makes his way back to the moon. Alpha and Zordon are going back on to look at the fact that Jason, Zach, and Trini are all leaving to Switzerland, and Alpha is stating how sad it is. So Kimberly is going on through the viewing globe and telling her best friend ever, Trini, goodbye through a viewing globe. What kind of garbage is that? And all the rest of the Rangers are there, helmetless, to just go on and just be like, well, hey, with I guess all these new Rangers here, we have to go on and just state here that they couldn't have done that without these new Rangers here. This defeat, beating this monster, you guys were awesome. Blah blah blah. So this is to go on and state the first victory together with these new Rangers, and you guys have all made excellent choices. Just butter these Rangers up as much as you freaking can. Because at one point they will lose, and you will be like, well, like I guess like the Power Rangers were just not strong enough this day. So, uh, but you also have to have Zordon tell the Rangers, well, hey, this is not the end of our journey. This is just the beginning of it. Like, I'm sure Zed will go on and concoct some other monster throughout a number of these episodes. So just guys, put your hands in because we're gonna go on and possibly start a brand new other episode. So this is to go on and go with Goldar's vice versa. So Adam and Rocky are sparring here, having us to be reminded of both Jason and Zach, who would go on and spar on a number of occasions. How it's funny how like the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers loved to just team up both Zach and Jason together and have them spar so frequently, and how they worked together uh, in some ways. Really has Adam and Rocky trying to recreate that, but also I think trying to recreate it and trying to make it better. Because so often I feel that Adam and Rocky would go on and team up and work together. And if you can go on and watch the movie, you can also see Rocky and Adam just kind of consistently working together uh, to make their bond even closer together for whatever reason that is to go and just be in the show. So it seems that supposedly Billy was to go on and meet with Adam and Rocky, but he was kind of held up with a meeting. So I guess Billy's to be somehow involved with this dance committee, and they're putting this vice versa dance together. And now we have to go on and realize who is going to end up needing to be asked to this dance because it's a vice versa dance where the girls have to go on and ask the guys. So Rocky, it seems, had gone on to divulge that he is to uh, have already had a girl ask him out. Now it seems that Billy needs to go on and needs to also have a date himself as soon as Adam divulges that he doesn't have a date. So Billy turns to Adam and it's like, well, hey, we're both in the same boat together. So, like, it's okay if you don't have a date. And then all of a sudden, Lauren comes into the fold. It's like, hey, Billy, do you have a moment? If you guys don't remember Lauren, because this was so many episodes ago, this was to, of course, be the Girl Scout girl in the Opposites Attract episode or whatever that was called, to where they had the magnet monster that was stupid. But um, but this is why Lauren is to just bizarrely come back here, because I guess they couldn't have figured out of any girls that Billy had been with in the past to just kind of bring them back here to just have Billy date them to this dance. Now, honestly, you could have gone on and brought Trini here, but again, that's just God. Uh, we're just gonna keep just burrowing at that problem that should have ever been a thing. So Billy is to go on and realize, like, well, hey, I guess I'm not gonna be dateless after all to this dance. So uh Bulk and Skull are going on and talking about how this whole dance thing is kind of pathetic, and how they themselves probably won't end up to go on and need to be a part of it. But there seems to be these two girls that just appear out of nowhere to desperately try and get to Bulk and Skull. One is to be a girl that looks like Skull, but she is to be blonde and have a green coat. And there is to, of course, be a version of Bulk here uh, that is to go on and have seemingly this hat on and uh, these clothes that are to look very similar to, of course, Bulk here. But coincidentally enough, both of these girls will not go on and end up with the female Skull version for Skull and the female Bulk version for Bulk. If anything, the opposites will go on and happen here, which will be very interesting to just kind of see this runaround and this chase that Bulk and Skull to have with these girls to reasonably have this one episode of Bulk and Skull having these girlfriends that are to um, be after them through this episode that I really actually liked, and I wish that they could have gone and done something with these female versions of these characters because it would have been great. So Bulk and Skull realize that these two girls are here. Two girls that they've never seen in their lives, but they've now seen them today, bizarrely. And Bulk and Skull are desperately in needing to run away from them. And both Bulk and Skull, the female variations, are to try and chase after them. So Billy goes on to tell Rocky and Adam that he is to have been asked out to the dance by Laura. So Adam is to realize that he is now to be the only one who hasn't been chosen here, sadly enough. So Adam is to be like even saddened further to realize that like, hey, like if anything, I will have even not been chosen, even well before Bulk and Skull will have. Uh, so uh, they turn to Adam and like, hey man, don't worry. Like I'm sure you have some female friends to go on and work and match you up with somebody. I'm sure. So uh, Adam goes on and tells the gang, it's like, well, hey, like I gotta go later, guys. So Zed is to go on and to have overheard the fact that Adam is having these women struggles. So, or maybe man struggles. Who knows? Adam could be interested in both things. Like, hey, this is 2025 now, so we know or we hoped that Adam was gonna end up with God Tanya. There we go, Tanya. Because everybody was thinking that in Zio that the two of them were gonna end up together because it made sense. But then again, also, I could be fine with Adam ending up with Aisha. It makes a lot of sense for SBA, for once and always for Aisha and Adam to end up together. But who knows how they written that whole ordeal. Um, and then also, who knows if Tanya is ever going to get involved in future Power Ranger projects, as well as any other Ranger from the past, for how they may go on and just to have written the show the way they are to write it. So, and also they kind of connected all in a nice, neat little bow, anyways, to just say, well, like it all connects to Power Rangers SPD, and then that's it. That's it, I guess. Like you can probably circle it all back around to maybe have um, you have to rewatch Time Force because that's way in the future Power Rangers. I don't know where it goes after Cosmic Fury. It doesn't quite make sense to me after that. But they connect the whole SBA. Yeah, you have to assume it's connected to SPD, and that's where it dies. Someone will have to go on and have to have like a timeline thing to state exactly how you should watch this show, technically, for it to make the most sense. Because people could probably say that Time Force would probably end up being the last season to watch then. Um, but I would probably like to think that it's probably not Time Force, as that would be the last season. It would probably end up being SPD. Hmm, not quite sure. But anyways, if you timelined it, what would be the perfect thing? I guess it doesn't matter. It would actually be cool if they did a reboot of SPD. I would be fine with that. Just give me another season of SPD. Uh, they probably wouldn't do it, but it'd be fun. Because logically you have to go that route anyways. But they've already done SPD. Would they continue where SPD had left off? Well, hey, like technically, if you think about it, SPD I think one of uh Disney seasons when they did do it. So could make a lot of sense for them to continue on that path. Could make a lot of sense. Uh, but don't think they're going to do that. I don't want them to do that. I hope they just. I think everyone hopes that hey man, reboot that like Start from scratch. Please, for the love of God, start from scratch. Don't go on and uh don't continue on from this timeline. It's just the thing of it is, either way, whatever this new show is, it has to be freaking dope. Or everybody's gonna go on and reject it and go on to then state like, well, hey, I'm gonna go on and only watch the shows that I love and the seasons I like, and that's all. And this new stuff, no thank you. And that will hurt a lot of people. Um to to not think that they can go on and still rely on this new product thing uh to want it to be successful. And that'll be sad. Like, I'm hoping Disney does something dope with Power Rangers. But then again, also, uh, Disney's track record right now is not good. I'm not watching freaking Ironheart. Are you kidding me? Ironheart, that show is a freaking joke. Like, I am to go on and actually legitimately see episodes of Ironheart through my mom because she's watching it, and I'm like, why would you watch this garbage? Like, this show is just like Ironheart is so stupid. And this is exactly telling you exactly when this video is going to be airing and me talking about Ironheart instead of wrapping up this bit of episodes. Back with Lord Zed here. Also, I'm timelining that Power Rangers to be owned by Disney. This is very timelining here. So, uh, hit it strong, frickin' Disney. Hit it strong with god dang something, because your your batting average is freaking disintegrating rapidly. God dang is just like, what the is Disney doing now? Like, what are they doing? They're shooting themselves in the foot. Like, everything after, like, legit everything after Power Rangers Endgame or Power Rangers Endgame. So Power Rangers Focus now. Everything has to be Power Rangers now. After Avengers Endgame, man, did they shoot themselves in the foot with so many projects? It's ridiculous. Uh, Nothing went right at they couldn't even come up with good Star Wars shows anymore. And it was at one point where I'm like, dang, Disney could do no wrong. Disney like did freaking dope Marvel movies and did dope Star Wars shows, and everything was firing on all cylinders. Freaking every bit of content they did was golden. And then at some point we started to like, okay, let's start to pick and choose our Disney projects that we watch. And then it was like, yeah, let's really not watch a lot of this stuff. Like, all of this stuff is just things that they just chucked out. Uh, and really, they should have gone on and actually canceled more things that they actually instead of made. But anyways, uh, going back to this bit of episodes, that's why these episodes are to be like 12 hours long. So that is to go on and talk about poor little Power Ranger, pathetic human. Like, well, don't worry, Black Ranger, I'll give you a date. I'll give you the perfect girl for you. So Adam is to go on and find Aisha, as Aisha is to say to go, hey, like, did someone ask you to the dance yet? And Adam is like, well, no. And Adam is thinking like, well, maybe I'll just stay home and catch up on my reading. And Aisha's like, no. Uh, there is to be this girl called Sarah Diaz, and like, I think she's interested in you. She's smart, she's beautiful, she's this, she's that. Maybe she's interested in you, Adam. Maybe you should look into her. You know what? In all honesty, I would have liked Aisha to just ask Adam out here to this dance. Like, we could immediately have Aisha tell Adam, it's like, hey, like, we're gonna go at this dance, but we'll go as friends. And then Adam will probably end up being fine with that. To just say, hey, I'm fine that I just have a date to this dance. I don't care. Uh, that we're just gonna be friends. At least I'll just be able to go to this dance with someone. And I think that's all that Adam really wanted. He didn't want to go on and immediately have like a person that he can go on and have this date because it doesn't really seem that that's going to be a possibility with the way he just lives. So uh, Bulk is to go on and get this note on his locker. That is to have both Bulk and Skull think that this is to lead them to the answers of the secrets of the Power Rangers. But instead, we'll come to find out that this note is to actually go on and be about Bulk and Skull finding the female Bulk and Skull, and that's not what really they want. So Zed is to go on and state that it's okay, since Zed has something planned to ruin the Black Ranger here, he is to go on and stop Adam from trying to get to this other Sarah girl. So he has to go on and send putties out to distract Adam just long enough for Sarah to disappear. So Adam goes on to face off against all of these putties. Again, we find another Power Ranger facing off putties all alone and makes his way back to realize that when he tries to get to Sarah, that no one is there. And Adam is to be just so upset and so distraught. So Bulk and Skull are to go on and realize that they are to make to a certain location at a certain time. And they all of a sudden realize the female Bulk and Skull variations are to go on and be there. And Bulk and Skull are to realize, well, hey, like, we got this note and we're hoping that it's going to lead us to the answer of the Power Rangers. But, like, if we have to go on and be uh, realizing that these girls are going to find us out and they're going to see us, maybe we don't want the secrets of the Power Rangers revealed to us. And so they try to escape. So Kimberly, Adam, and Aisha have made their way to the youth center. And Adam is just kind of hopeless at this point, going on and thinking that it's far too late now. Uh, Sarah has probably gone on to ask somebody else at this dance at this point, and I believe Kim is to go on and tell Adam it's like, well, hey, you still have 3 days to the dance, like you still have some chances here. So all of a sudden, we then end up seeing this woman who is doing these kata moves and is to go on and impress seemingly everyone. This girl named Sabrina. So, uh, it seems that Sabrina has recently just made her way into town, even though she's kind of probably been here for a very long time because Sabrina has just disappeared, technically. So, a different variation of Scorpion is to have arrived. The one without a boulder and without a scorpion. Anyways, so Adam goes on to introduce himself and Aisha, and it's funny. Sabrina goes on and takes her bag and chucks it right into Aisha. It's pretty funny, good comedy here. And Sabrina introduces herself, and so uh, Adam states that Sabrina seems to be one of the better martial artists at Angel Grove High, and maybe the two of them can go into a sparring to just kind of just a move for move kind of thing to just kind of have some uh, kind of thing that they can learn from one another. And so again, as Bulk and Skull make their way to the youth center, they end up getting yet another note. Youth center in 5 minutes. Bulk and Skull go on to read this note and thinking like, okay, they just gotta wait for whoever is to show at this youth center. And again, both of the females make their way. The female variations of Bulk and Skull here. I have to just go on and just keep stating that because they don't have actual names in this show. I would probably want to go and call them Bulkina and Skullina, because what else could I say that they are? Um, so both Bulk and Skull thrust their way behind the counter of Ernie's juice bar. And Ernie's like, well, hey, man, you guys can't be back here. And Bulk and Skull are to plead to Ernie. It's like, well, hey, like, could we please, Ernie, just stay here until they leave? So these two girls make their way to ask Ernie if they had seen both Bulk and Skull. And it seems that the two girls are happy to just wait until Bulk and Skull arrive. And they're to wait right here by this counter because they can go in and see the whole youth center from where they're sitting. So Adam and Sabrina go on and continue to talk together, and it seems that Adam is to ask Sabrina, it's like, well, hey, will I go on and I'll see you tomorrow? And it seems the definitive that they will go on and see one another tomorrow. So Aisha is to go on and tell Adam, it's like, hey, uh, like Aisha is so happy that Adam is to go on and be able to get this girl here, but Aisha is also worried about this girl. To be like, isn't she a little? And Adam's like, you know what, give her a chance. And Adam invites Aisha to be this third wheel to this date. And in my mind, I'm like, why is Aisha needing to take the time to be this third wheel? Does Aisha not have a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Because again, whatever Aisha is into, maybe she likes a goat. I don't know. But because there was never a reveal of who Aisha was actually dating in this show. But also, if she was to go on and either date Rocky or Adam or whoever the heck, I would just go on and be like, okay, cool. Um, because I think Rocky had gone to the state that he wasn't to got asked out by Aisha at the dance. So logically, we would have to assume that Aisha is already to get a date with someone else. Let me know in the comments below if Aisha had ever gone on and had like a boyfriend in this series of whatever, because I don't remember. Because I don't think that was ever stated in the show. But I also am to state that again, Adam it seemed was to be tied with Tanya. So um, everybody was kind of hoping that that relationship would work out. But there is no definitive thing to state that. Because in Power Rangers, relationships never really seem to definitively work out until you have uh, old man Tommy with Catherine, and they're having to have a number of kids together. Like that definitively says that that relationship worked effing out. Um, but any of the other times, no. Like you're just very unsure unless you get once and always, and you find out that Zach and Trini had gotten together and had a kid supposedly. Uh, I believe that's what happened at Once and Always, right? If I'm to get my wires crossed there, it's been a while since I've seen Once and Always. But so it seems that Sabrina is kind of a little bit upset that Aisha is kind of getting the way of her and Adam. But so the hike the next day. Sabrina and Adam are on this hike together, and of course, Aisha is to go on and be the third wheel. And we obviously notice that Sabrina is to be very upset with Aisha being here and is to state that to Adam. Adam is to go on and state to Sabrina that's like, hey, Aisha is to be my best friend, and I wanted you to both get along. So of course, Sabrina is to say, it's like, well, hey, don't hold your breath. So we finally have Zed who's to put his plan into action. And to have Goldar appear, as well as also Putties, and then when that is to go on to happen, then Scorpina is to reveal herself as Sabrina. So, which then goes on to again, I believe, have both Adam and Aisha ending up getting tied together to a tree, I believe. Good God. Just what the so I think that's what happened here. I seriously think they're getting tied up a freaking again. Are you serious? So Kimberly and both Billy are going on talking to Mrs. Appleby. Of course, if you guys don't remember, she used to be the teacher of the school. It's been a while since we've seen them in class. It's been that long. So Billy and Kimberly end up talking with Appleby, and the conversation ends up springing up that Sabrina, it seems to be the newest one to be transferred to Angel Grove. And Appleby is like, no. Like, I think the very last new transfer student was to actually have gone on and been Aisha. And Kimberly and Billy to both turn to one another, like, what? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So, Jason and Rocky are to go on, or Jason and Rocky. Rocky and Tommy make their way to both Billy and Kimberly here, and they're like, "Well, hey, like, have you guys both seen Atom? Because we were to go on and have to meet together, and like, he didn't show. There was a workout that he's gonna go on and do with them, but he just didn't show. So Billy is to go on and explain that that Adam had gone on and supposedly went on a hike with Aisha and Sabrina. And again, there's a situation where they're to turn to one another and realize that things are getting very weird here. There's a possibility that something could have gone awry here. So Kimberly goes on and re explains to both Rocky and Tommy how there was supposed to have gone on and been this new girl named Sabrina at school, but there is no real record of that actually happening via Mrs. Appleby's knowledge. So they go on and they realize that they have to go on and make their way to the command center to figure this all out. So they go on to have Alpha try to figure out exactly, excuse me, where Aisha and Adam are. So they make their way to, of course, the obvious places, which is to be a park, and they go onto the viewing globe to find that Aisha and Adam are both tied up to a freaking tree again for the god dangeth time. Just good God, this show just loves to just tie these three characters up. With the exclusion of Rocky, who's now not tied up to this tree again. So, uh, Tommy and Kimberly are to realize that Scorpina is back, and Rocky is to go on and have no real knowledge of this character, and so uh, the ones that go on and do know are to try to go on and explain this to, of course, to Rocky, who is kind of oblivious to this, and so they also have to realize that Scorpina is not alone, that Golar is also with her. So they morph. They make their way onto the field to face off against Scorpina and both Goldar. And so the putties are also to still be around here. So we go on to have the Power Rangers face off against putties. Tommy goes on to face off against both Goldar, and Scorpina, while the rest of the Rangers take on the putties. That's what he, I think, decides to do, or tell the Rangers to do. Yeah, that's what he goes on and decides. So, uh, so Billy is to go on and take his power lance and to cut free both Aisha and Adam. And so then Aisha and Adam morph. So now every bit of Rangers are all on the field. So Zed goes on and takes his Zed potion, chucks it out for both uh, Goldar and both Scorpina to grow. And now we have the Rangers call, of course, for their Zords. And Zordon ends up going on to state that he needs to up the power of the Ultra Zord. And he goes on and lets the Rangers know that so they can call this Zord when necessary. So the Rangers all call for their Megazords and their battle modes and all the Zords that they have to go on and call here. So uh, since, of course, Scorpina has been seemingly unaware of Tommy's Tiger Zord, Tommy wants Scorpina to meet it. So the Thunder Megazord whips out its saber, and also Tommy is to whip out its Thunderbolt, a new attack to deliver to both Goldar and both Scorpina. So Scorpina is to go on and use its certain weapon attacks, as well as also Goldar is to use its eyes to kind of go on uh, and fire lasers here, which I'm not quite sure we ever seen this attack before done by Goldar. Normally, we'd kind of go on and see him do these like sword attacks and whatever. Uh, if anything, within this show, if there had been a time where Goldar did use this attack, let me know in the comments below. So, uh, the Zords all get together to, of course, use their Ultra Zord-like attack, and both Scorpina and both Goldar bail to live to fight another day, because of course they do. And so that, of course, goes on to have Lord Zed, like, why didn't you defeat them? You will not be so lucky next time, and blah, blah, blah. So now at the dance. So at the dance, we are to go on and have Adam actually still arrive at the dance without a date. So coincidentally, we have Sarah arrive at this dance, and she's to also decide to go here also without a date. So Adam then goes on to turn and meets Sarah, and then since Sarah and Adam, neither one of them have a date to this dance, that they decide to just dance with one another. And Bulk and Skull make their way to this dance to then get a note. And Ernie at this point is just kind of just so freaking done with having to give Bulk and Skull these notes. He's like, well, hey, like, hire someone else. I freaking quit. So Bulk and Skull takes this note, they read it, and they are to just turn around now to find these two girls that are go on and grab Bulk and Skull and dip them and kiss them and dance with them and whatever. So this is how we really go on and end this episode. So now, of course, we are to be in the last episode of The Mirror of Regret. Thank God. I'm just so tired at this point. And I really probably know I probably realize here that we're probably at 4.5 hours now. Oh my God. I hope I can go on and fuse all these clips together and be able to hopefully go on and put this video out. Especially sometime to frickin' tonight. Whoo! Man, I'm to go on and really think here that one, I should pause this video so I can get some water because I have a vicious cotton mouth here. But then also, I should pause this video here because I'm just like, man, I just need some time to just like realize that yeah, this is the last episode, and I just need to just get a second here. So let me pause here. All right, you guys want to hear something funny? So we spent that whole power transfer thing to like say, hey, we have this whole new thing, Serpentera, and now we've already forgotten that it even exists. That we're going on to like, okay, like now let's do these other kind of episodes and kind of make the people try to forget that Serpentera exists. So when we kind of bring it back, like, ooh, wow, Serpentera, this cool thing that we remember from episodes ago, from the power transfer. Yeah, um, like again, we still have to realize that this show was definitely not to be built to be streamed. Uh, but man, it really wasn't built well to be like a weekly televised thing either. And eventually, the further and further we put together these shows, and I think other seasons, I think they better do the show so it doesn't feel just so scatterbrained like it is. Where, like, when they go on to set up something, they pay it out. And I think that's why they try to avoid doing relationships on this show. So that way, um, for someone who is not going on and consistently watching this show, uh, they don't have to kind of randomly go on uh, to watch a Power Rangers episode where all of a sudden some relationship has been X number of days in the making, and then also like at some point you could probably state that there could be ways of just like, well, hey, like the relationship probably can't go on and last, and you can't ever go on and have a relationship of two people breaking up on a show because you can't do that either. It's to go on and make the Power Rangers just look bad if they break up, or even the John Deere letter could go on and have some kind of effect of Tommy and Kimberly's character whenever they are to go on and never to have gone on and used in the show again if you had them appear in the show. But so, let's get to the last episode here. The Mirror of Regret. Of course, we again have at the youth center Rocky and Adam going on to now put together this karate class. Sean is to have some difficulties being able to get himself to be able to just do certain kind of karate basic maneuvers here. And he is consistently smacking into another kid named Butch, it seems. And Butch is to start to get so upset with Sean here that he needs to go on and tell him it's like, you know what, you should probably just give up. You're the weak link here. And that it seems that there is also finals to this karate uh, team of people coming up at some point. Whatever finals freaking means, I have no idea because I don't know the karate world. And if someone is to be in the karate world, you can go on and explain to me. But if you've gone on and watched this whole entire video and you were to go on and just like, yeah, I watched this whole entire thing, and yeah, I know a thing about karate. Yeah, finals or this, blah, blah, blah. Like, god dang, man, like somebody needs to watch like a hell of a lot of this video, and just go on and be able to have that answer to have given to me, or also just Googled it and maybe I just didn't. But either way, if someone wants to go on and fill up the comments section, by all means, go ahead and do so. Because, of course, uh, like maybe someone can go on and have any number of things to just kind of toss down there. Also, let me get my phone that fell on the ground here. There are honestly so many videos that I kind of was tempted to do at some point, but uh, like I've done a lot of Power Ranger videos that are to be things that I thought about doing, and then I was like, ugh, like I don't think that no one is ever really going to care. But I really wanted to go on and just kind of just experiment anyways to kind of see if at least uh, like I can try to keep going on and just kind of doing kind of wild ideas for Power Rangers episodes instead of just these reviews. But I'm sure anybody could probably go on and just state that all they care about are the review episodes, and they probably may not care about the actual um, like other videos that I just go on and just kind of pitch things, or I probably go on and just come up with ideas off the cuff of stuff that I kind of wanted for the shows to do at certain points in certain seasons. But maybe I'll go on and kind of pitch this at the very beginning of this video to see if people may go on and be interested, or may even have ideas of what they would like uh, for me to do. Could be fun. Um, I think I have a certain kind of percentage of people that watch these videos consistently, and I can probably just kind of pitch them. So I'll probably go on and I'll do that at the very beginning of this video, because I'll have to just collectively have a number of clips that are to be fused together anyways. So I'll stop this by the end, and then I'll do another clip, and then I'll have that be the very beginning of this video. To be like, hey guys, like I'm pitching some ideas here, considering I've consistently had people come to these videos. How do you feel about this? And see if it like people respond to it, uh, or don't. And then I'm just like, well, like maybe I'll just do those videos anyways to just see if they go anywhere, which they probably won't. But who knows? It might be fun. So let's go on. Let's finish up these episodes. Or this episode. Adam and Rocky are to kind of be upset with Butch. The fact that they are to go on and say that Sean is to kind of be the weak link here. And as they go on to finish up the class, uh, Adam is to turn to Sean and say, it's like, well, hey, like, don't let them tease you and get you down. Like, same thing happened to me when I was young. And Sean is to assume that he's going on and he's holding the team back. And uh, and Adam goes on to relate with Sean's case that it's like, well, hey, at one point I was the weakest kid in my class, and I didn't stay that way. So Sean, probably you'll be the same. So Adam is to tell Sean that all he needs is practice, and he'll get good at this. So, and now when you believe in yourself, the other guys will too. So Zed is to go on, and all he heard was the Black Ranger going on and stating how he had gone on and had uh, some memories of having been ridiculed as a child. Well, like it's time for Zed to try to bring back the mirror of the regret, uh, so that way it can weaken the Power Ranger so much so that it takes away his confidence, and it shall destroy him. So, in a very roundabout way, that's what I kind of say here. We go on to have both Adam and both Sean here going on and consistently like doing these katas, and it seems that Sean is getting better. Kind of trips on his own feet, but he's getting better. Aisha and Rocky are kind of watching Sean consistently kind of keep going here, and Rocky is to go on and kind of like, hey, good going, Sean, like, hey, like, keep it up. So at one point, Aisha is to go on and state that they're to leave to go to the park, and like if Adam is just kind of interested in going along with them, but Adam's like, no, I think I should just like I should just keep on and just try to keep like focusing on Sean here. So because it's important that he gets this down so he can just feel more confident about his skill. So we finally have Bulk and Skull that arrive that are to kind of break up the fact that Bulk and Skull are to take up so much of the space here, and it seems both Bulk and Skull want to brush up on their karate, and so that goes on to, of course, have Atom and Sean leave the youth center to make their way to the park. So as Bulk and Skull are just smacking in themselves and just fall into the ground, of course, hitting these mats. So oh, I guess here's where Zed goes on and talks really legitimately about the Mirror of Regret to use against Atom here, and that'll shatter the Black Ranger's confidence. We have to say shatter because, of course, it's a mirror. Just very literal here. So, uh, so we go on to go back with Adam and Sean, and uh, we have, of course, Adam state to Sean that at some point he was to go on and be teased about being small. That he had gotten interested in karate, and it really made a difference to him. And it didn't make a difference that he was tall, but it gave him the confidence that he could succeed at things. Uh, so Adam is to go on in the park and further try to teach Sean how to continue to do these certain moves. And Adam's to kind of guide Sean into putting his certain feet certain ways and to bend his knees. So both Adam and Sean consistently go at this for seemingly hours. So all of a sudden, we are now at the command center, and here's where we have the power cannon being built by Alpha. The power cannon, the new weapon that is to probably end up getting replaced instead of having them just combine their weapons together. Instead, we now just have this power cannon thing. Because we always have to go on and have to have the Rangers kind of up their antes of what weapons they're to go on to use all the time here. So, back at the palace here, Zed is going on and talking to Goldar. It's been a while since I've said the name of that location. Because to me, like, where where it seems that Zed is to go on and be seems quite drastically different than my memory of Bandor's palace. But Zed is to go on and technically be in Bandor's palace. But like yeah, like it looks strangely different than what it looked before on the show. So probably because it is to be drastically different. Probably it's a very different set piece that they're going to use. But anyways, so Zed is to finally put his fiendish plan to motion and send the Mirror of Regret to Earth. So, to show Adam his most humiliating moments of his childhood, and like we have Zed that ends up asking Goldar is waiting for some doggy treat, uh, and so for him to go and go after the Black Ranger. So Adam appears in the park by himself, and so Goldar and the putties are to go after him, and Adam is to try to go on and use his backpack to face off against these putties with, and then Goldar is to show Adam the Mirror of Regret, and so Adam is to see a number of visuals of his past where he had gone on and not picked first for kickball or whatever, and I guess he had not gone on and got. I actually would say he had not gone on to get picked at all, and he just walked away. So the putties grab Adam, forcing him to focus into the mirror again to see all of his downfalls of his life. So Adam is consistently looking within this mirror to see all bit of his past, and Goldar is stating to Adam that you can't escape your past. So uh, Lord Zed is to, of course, go on and uh, realize that since Adam is falling weakened to this mirror of regret, that he will go on and be reduced to a shriveled nothing, a whimpering child. So Zed has to go on and realize he has to do something with all the other Rangers because only taking down one will only benefit him for so long here. So Zed is to go on and realize that he has to go on and create a monster that is to be so cruel and is to uh, be something where the monster is to go on and laugh at its prey. So Bulk and Skull are going on and again practicing their karate, and Sean it seems is doing some paper report. And since Bulk and Skull are obviously making a fool of themselves, Ernie is to want Sean to go on to the mats and uh, show some of the moves that Adam had taught him. And so Sean is so easily to be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll go out there and I'll do all the moves. And if anything, Bulk and Skull to watch on. So Bulk and Skull, when noticing how better now Sean is, they realize, well, hey, maybe we should have gone on and got out in the park, gotten more space. So Zed is to have been focused on Sean here, and is to realize that Sean is to be doing some report on hyenas. So Zed thinks that this is to be a perfect way to create a monster, is to create a hyena monster. So, but he is to, of course, call his monster Skellerina. Skellerina? That's going to be easy to pronounce. So, Zed goes on and is to wave his wand and create Skullerina. And it starts to go on and starts to wreak havoc upon the town. So Alpha is to go on and finally finish the power cannon and is to complete it. And Alpha can't wait to go on and give this power cannon to the Rangers. So Zordon, of course, to say it's like, well, it'll be a valuable asset to our arsenal. So um, they go on to realize that there is to be a monster that is to be arriving in Angel Grove, and that the Rangers are to be in serious trouble. Zordon is to realize that Zed is attempting to destroy Adam's confidence also, and that could be a serious problem. And that, of course, the rest of the Rangers must be alerted to this crisis. So, uh, but here's what is to go on and happen here. So, for how important supposedly Adam is, uh, we have to go and realize that Adam has to break this mirror of regret thing by himself. Uh, Instead of going on and needing the Power Rangers to help him in any way. So really, again, Adam, even though how important he already is to this show, they're to quickly just realize that it's like, well, it's not important enough for the Rangers to go and help him out with this situation. That he has to somehow break the mirror of the regret himself and figure out a strategy to beat this thing. But anyways, uh, the Rangers are to go on and appear at the command center, and they're to go on and be told about Zed using a spell with a mirror, and to go on and showcase it on the viewing globe that Adam is going on and being forced to watch this mirror of regret. And so the Rangers are to be told about the mirror of regret, but that is not going to end up being the thing that they're going to go on and uh, try and focus on here. Instead, they're going to go on and morph and face off against Skullarina here. Skullarina? Not quite sure how this is pronounced. So, uh, the Rangers make their way to this monster, and they end up facing off against putties, and again, Alpha and Zordon are still going on and realizing that Adam is not with the team. Because of course he's not. He's still facing off against the Mirror of Regret. So, but if anything, Zordon is to tell Alpha, it's like, well, hey, we should definitely send out that power cannon for them to go on and use that weapon. So, now back with Goldar, showing Adam the Mirror of Regret and realizing that Goldar is to not know exactly what Adam should be seeing here. Goldar is to show Adam Sean, who Sean is actually going on to do really well here. And then Goldar realizes, well, like, I guess this mirror doesn't work all that perfectly because Adam is to go on and realize that since Sean is doing well, and Adam had taught Sean how to do well, that Adam all of a sudden is building back his confidence because it's like, oh, good that you showed me, Sean, that he's doing well, and I taught him. So building back up Adam's confidence of like, well, yeah, I am a good teacher, so I am again a good, or I would be again a good person. So Adam is going to get his confidence back up here, and he is to defeat the Mirror of Regret. Goldar is to think that if he was to have shown Sean that Sean was going to end up doing bad, and then Adam was going to go on and be just shattered. But yeah, didn't work out so well. So Adam goes on to face off against these putties and take them out. Uh, Adam ends up getting a communication from Zordon to say, "Well done, Black Ranger. Now you must hurry to make your way back to the rest of the Rangers to help them out, face off against this monster foe." So, uh, Tommy is to go on and talk to Adam, and Adam is to go on and say, "Oh, hey, I'm sorry I'm so late, but hey, I'm ready." Tommy's to go on and say, like, "Well, hey, I knew you would make it, and uh, this Skull Arena's monster is tough." So they go on to have the power cannon appear here, and they end up using these yellow, pink, and blue, and of course all the Rangers have their own charge to be put into this power cannon, and they blast the power cannon against this monster, and they destroy it. So we have at this point where I think Zed at this point is just so freaking tired of Goldar, and uh, and to go on and ask him, it's like, well, hey, why did the Mirror of Regret not work out? And Goldar is to explain about there is to be the one scene of Sean, to think that is to be the one thing that Goldar could have used against Adam, and actually did the opposite. So Zed at this point is to go on and tell Goldar that he has a reputation to kind of keep here, and these Rangers are really putting the boots to him. And at this point, since Goldar has failed so often, Zed doesn't want Goldar to come back to, of course, the palace until Goldar succeeds. So now we go on to have both Adam and Rocky with Tommy kind of just watching on, be again doing this karate class. And we have at this point where Sean is to go on and showcase his skills. And once he goes on and does so, it seems that Butch is to actually be rather impressed. So Butch is to turn to Sean and say, like, you know what, like man, like how did you get so good? And Sean is like, well, I just practiced. And so Butch ends up apologizing to Sean, like, well, hey, I'm so sorry that I gave up on you and I was treating you so hard. So, if anything, I'd like to just have you be on the team with me any day. So, uh, we then have Sean that is returned to Tommy, Rocky, and Adam, like, well, hey, you finally found your confidence in yourself, right? And that size didn't have anything to do with it. So, we then have Bulk and Skull going back into, of course, uh, make their way to the mat, and they again uh, make a fools of themselves and smash into one another, and they fall to the ground. And the two of them are start to realize how always difficult it is for them to go on and uh, look cool and whatever, and it never gets easier. So Sean is to go on and say, hey, don't give up. Practice makes perfect. So that is to, of course, be the end of the episode, and now to be freaking done with these. with this review. Good God, this takes forever to do these things. Oh, brother. But hey, at least it's done now. I'm done through the power transfer thing, which I'm so happy about being done with that garbage. Because of how awful the episodes honestly were. But I think I'm just gonna go on and just try to get out of here so I can just be done with this video and realize that this is to be 5 hours probably in recording now. Good God. Oh, brother. These videos are just taking so freaking long now. Um, so, but hey, I got another 10 episodes on my belt to be just done. So goodbye, everybody. Bye, everybody. I think I was gonna go on and possibly give some ideas of future videos, but I think it just might be a waste. I think I might just be just done with this video, so I can just be done. Goodbye, everybody. Bye, everybody.